What's up, guys? Ooh, what's happening? You said Sunman's on time today, huh? One second. Oh, uh, 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 mm, mm. What's happening, man? Sun man, happy now, man. My food just got here. I said, let me come on early for y'all tonight, man. My daughter went to sleep. I said, man, let me come on early tonight, man. No need to make the people wait, man. No need to make the people wait. Let's get this party started. Right. Let's get this party started quickly. Um, let's get this party started quickly. Oh man. Salute to everybody, man. Salute to everybody, man. I'm happy now. Let me drop that link, man. Let me drop that link. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm gonna drop the link, man. early, man. I'm so happy I'm gonna drop the link early. We drop that thing on Rumble right quick. Salute to everybody watching on Rumble, man. What's up, fisherman?
Uh, Nothing good. Fucking water pipe busted in my kitchen.
Oh wow.
Yeah, oh wow is an understatement.
How many feet of water are you under?
It's just a few inches because I caught it, but yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah, man, that's bad. Is it cold out there?
No.
Oh, that's good. At least it's not gonna freeze. What's up, WB?
Peace, peace. How you doing this evening, big cuz?
I'm hanging, man.
That's what's up. We so early tonight. I'm still cooking my dinner, bro.
What's for dinner?
Real simple. Nice little turkey sandwich and some fries, man. How about yourself?
4 wings, 5 wings, mumbo sauce, fried rice,
My
pork
man.
fried rice.
My man.
This is the appetizer. What's the appetizer? It's gonna get me started.
No doubt. That energy. Give you some energy.
Mm-hmm. Give a nigga some energy. Mm. It's hot. Yeah, my shit's always hot. I'm a sun man, man. I love hot. I can't taste it. Certain food I can't taste if it ain't no cayenne in it.
Oh yeah. Well, cayenne's real good for you anyway.
I'm good then. I put cayenne on everything.
Oh, well, that's really good. Really good.
Yeah, I use cayenne like people use black pepper.
Oh yeah, cayenne is much better than black pepper. I mean, if you get a cut on your finger or something, you put cayenne on it, it'll relieve it. It has a lot of healing properties.
It's gonna hurt like a bitch if you put cayenne on
Not as much as you would think.
it. That's funny. Put cayenne on a cut. That's hilarious.
No,
Well,
I'm serious.
if some sun teens told you they were gonna shoot up your house, would you take it seriously?
Absolutely. But I wouldn't take it in my own hands because I have too much to lose.
No, but would you would take it seriously?
Oh, 100% I would take it seriously.
How about you, fisherman? Some sun teen said they're going. A sun teen says, "Man, all right, fuck you, then I'm gonna shoot up your house, bitch ass nigga."
Yeah, I just
You're not
wouldn't. I
gonna
just
just
wouldn't
make it,
swing on it.
but you're not just gonna say kids. Oh, kids,
Yeah, hell no.
kids, these little rascal. Not gonna call him a little rascal and throw it off. Throw it off.
No,
Gonna take
those
him
days are
seriously.
long over.
Yeah, man. Those days are done. Let's hear Chef Grady Judge, man. He talking about something. Oh yeah, let me let some people get in here first, man. Salute to everybody watching on Rumble, man. So yeah, you told us you was a ward of the state, weren't you? WP,
What was that up?
you told us you were a ward of the state.
Yes.
Yo, yeah, break that down for us, man. How that
Okay.
happened?
Sure. So award of the state is, first of all, it's for when that the state is the child's parent. To put it simply, for whatever reason, something isn't right at the child's parents or in the child's home. So in my case, it started in the third grade. Um, so from the third grade to the seventh grade, I was in and out of different foster homes. Um, some longer than others, some very
Why?
short.
Why?
Um, family issues, family issues. Um, so from when I say family issues, abuse, child abuse. So when it went from third grade to seventh in foster homes, like I said, some foster homes longer than others. Some foster homes was horrible, maybe stayed there like a week. Others a little longer. But either way, none of them, stuck. So I was getting bounced back, all around, um, different ones. And so finally, my social worker said, "Well, look, well, we're gonna try find you a group home." And a group home is basically where it's a bunch of children all in one location. Some people call it um, prison for children because it can be, or it can be very rough. It can almost, yeah, it has many facets of a prison. Um, but there's, if you get in a good one, it's going to be bad times, but it'll be real good times as well. So I was in a group home from the seventh grade through 12th. Now, that being said, the reason that I turned out the way that I did is because of the group home, because there was major structure there. We were graded, for lack of a better term, on our behavior every single day. It's like a point system. So, and it was like it was a long list of things, of expectations that we had to do, or behavior that we were, held accountable for. And if you didn't do those things, you lost points. And if you lost so many points, you would, get into a point where you lost all your privileges, almost again like prison.
Who's
Um,
gunning this? White people or black people?
well, the state is. So there's gliders and some people, and
Who was
even
in
some
charge on the
burritos.
ground? Who was
Say
in
that
charge
again.
on the? Who was the person or the people who ran this for the state? Were they gliders or some people?
It was a mixture.
Okay.
Gliders, sun people, a few umbritos, and they were what you called house parents. And so there were three houses. They separated the houses by age.
Now, what kind of neighborhood are we in? Are we in a bad neighborhood or a good neighborhood?
Oh, well, mine, I was lucky because it was in the country. So it was really isolated. Um, so it wasn't like some of the ones that are in the city that can be, very bad because you're dealing with the issues in the group home, and you're dealing with the sun man issues when you step out the door. I didn't have to deal with that. Neither did the other guys that were there. But
Wow.
again,
Go
but
ahead.
again, the discipline, the structure, the accountability is the only reason that I turned out to be a success, like I did. Because without it, because the false homes that I were in, in areas that of PG County, all throughout PG County, DC. So um, when you're in the foster home, it's not that much supervision per se. It's just basically, be in the house by this time. So there's a lot of time to do um, bad things. And so I already know that if I didn't get into the kind of structure that I was in away from the city, I would have been caught up as most are.
Wow, man. How old are you now?
46.
Mm, 46.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you consider the dudes you was in there with brothers?
Um, some, some, but if, unfortunately, the success rate is very low. Um, just because, I mean, even though my situation was bad, I was still around successful Sun people. So although I could be a Sun man at times, I always knew that there was another side. Um, and I think that that's a huge thing that most Sun children don't see today is if you, as you know, if you know that there's, look, I'm doing what I'm doing, but I also know that I can be successful doing the right thing. That's always in the back of your mind. So at some point it may click it and you just may say, let me give this a try for a minute.
So there are no solutions.
It is structure. You gotta get them away from majority of Sun people. Because again, this was in the country. So you have to get them away from a bunch of Sun people. And then you have to get them in an environment where every single thing that they get caught doing, they're going to be held accountable. I was in the group home for, so was that 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, for 5 years. And every single time I got caught doing something, I was held accountable. Every single time.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course it doesn't, and the boys there, it was gliders, it was in Sunmen. So, and it also helps when you are growing up in a diverse group of people as well. I think that helped me out as well. Growing up with gliders um, helped me as well.
Wow. Salute to everybody, man. Everybody joining us. If you got a story like that, a troubled teen story, man, please come up and tell us about your troubled teen story. Because I want to have a full, I want everybody, I want both sides to be um I want both sides to be um properly um properly what do we say represented, man. Let's talk. What's up? Let's talk. What's going on? Let's talk. Going once. Let's talk. Going twice.
Well, how you doing?
What's going on, man? What's up? You got to turn me off in the background. You got to turn the stream off in the background. Let's talk. Let's talk going once. Let's talk going twice.
Well, how you doing?
I'm gonna bring you up in a minute when you get your shit together. What's up, Mayo? Mayo, did you grow up a troubled teen?
Oh, I was a piece of shit, man, as a kid.
Okay, so tell us about it.
Oh, just single parent household. Managed to avoid most legal trouble, but I just took a good look one day and said, "Yeah, this isn't going to work." I was 12 years old and got caught in a stolen car in Philadelphia.
So, um, were you smoking? Was there drug use early?
No, I never really got into drugs because
Drinking?
a little bit of drinking, but I was raised by a functional alcoholic, so I saw it with the end of the road that looked like there. You know,
So what saved you?
not myself actually. Actually, I would say because 3 weeks after I got caught in that stolen car, my dad moved us out of Philly into Maine, and I tried to get in trouble in Maine. Couldn't do it.
There wasn't no trouble in Maine.
No, there wasn't nobody to. I mean, I went from South Philly to a town of like 500 people,
Wow.
where there's 100 times more trees than people.
How'd you end up in the service?
I wanted to get out of Maine, and I didn't want to work in a paper mill. I knew college wasn't going to be a fit for me because my main two interests were at the time were partying and women.
Whole lot of partying and a whole lot of women at college, man.
That's the problem. That's not the reason to go to college. The reason to go to college is to learn something.
What's up, Stunner?
Hey, what up, Ock? What up, Nation?
Were you
What's up, man?
were you a troubled
Peace,
teen,
peace.
Stunner?
I wasn't a troubled kid. I was one of those class clowns. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I only did it just to get attention. You know what I'm saying? I felt inadequate because I was often in educational environments with children who had moms and dads, and I was repping the single son sister mom situation. So I tried to make friends by essentially being funny and always being into shit, but I was never cussing teachers out, fighting kids, doing none of that shit.
Drug use, alcohol use.
As a kid, no.
Wow.
I was the guy all my friends, moms and dads felt safe if they was kicking it with me because they knew I wasn't into that shit.
That's wonderful, man. That's good. Let me show y'all this first. Let's talk. You got your shit together? Let's talk.
Yeah. I was the guy all my friends' moms.
Nope, you still got me in the background, man. I can't play games tonight, man.
I told him to turn it off. I guess he doesn't understand what the fuck we're saying.
Yeah. Salute to Bishop, man. Bishop says advice for Ireland dealing with sun flood. Move. It's a wrap, man. It's finito, man. It's over. You had a great country. Oh, you had a decent country. For a period of time. Now it's over. Let's see.
Yeah, immigration has ruined the once strong lot of countries.
Yeah, it's finito. Once we show up, all y'all
Yeah.
gonna be branded racist.
Yep.
Y'all didn't even know y'all, and y'all be nice as shit. And y'all gonna bend over backwards to kiss our asses to try to get to know us, and we're gonna zing you like I'm talking about zing you with 1,000 volts every time you almost sort of kind of slip up with a faux pas.
Yeah.
We never gonna let that slide. I'm talking about you say, so what kind of hairstyle is that, Trey? What? Man, motherfucker asked me what type of hairstyle I had, man. Hey, internet, Twitter, y'all, this white dude, let me pull out my camera for this white guy right here asked me what kind of hairstyle. We gonna zing you for every little thing. We're gonna brand you racist, then we're gonna slowly take over like politically and just
whichever political party is doing the worst damage to your country, they just got a boost in their support.
Yeah. We not gonna we don't play nice. We don't play we come in and we're troublemakers. We're gonna start a lot of trouble. Like
First time, sixth grade. I mean, I'm sorry, first grade. I was 6 years old. Kid called me a white cracker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Brooklyn. I didn't even know what that meant.
Yep.
He probably didn't either. He just heard his mama say it to the landlord.
Probably, yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. We're going to come into your country, and we're going to like literally ruin
Disrespect all your history and norms.
Did you see the court stop for the Idaho killer?
No, hold on. You have that? Put it in the back chat.
Yeah,
please.
let me try and find it because this is amazing. You have to think he got stopped twice in Indiana on his way home after he killed everybody, obviously, right? In the car that they were looking for. And you have to see how he acts at the car stop. And think about if he had been a Sun man with maybe just a desk appearance warrant instead. They're looking for this guy with 4 murder raps over his head in a capital punishment state.
Mm-hmm.
And watch how he. I'll find it for you. It's hilarious.
Yeah. This is Chicago school system.
Well, I'd like to see you come up here and do one of these problems.
Fuck up talking to me, Mr. Johnson, before I come knock the motherfucking glasses off your face. And that's on my dead grandma's head.
Didn't I tell you earlier today? I said,
Shut the fuck up talking to me.
Markel, I said I do not talk to you that way, and I would appreciate it if you did not talk
Shut
to
the
me
fuck
that
up
way.
talking to me.
I do not curse at you. Have I ever cursed at you?
Yes.
I have never
Yes.
cursed at you.
Yes, you have.
You know that's not true.
I bet I can put up some problems that you don't even know, Mr. Johnson.
You probably could.
Exactly.
Come on, put some problems on the board.
Fuck that.
I tell you.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Give you
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, that's
Get away from the computer.
My tray.
Shut the fuck up.
Take the coat off.
That's why you don't know how to do the problem.
Take the coat off.
I don't want to.
Take the coat off.
I don't got to.
Take the coat off.
It's
I'm
not
asking,
cold.
you will get it at the end of the day. Take the coat off.
I ain't gonna take some.
Take the coat off. I'm asking you to take the coat off. One more time, Markel. You gonna get it, okay? You gonna get it. You gonna get it. You gonna
Y'all turn
you
around
gonna get
and
it.
face up here.
No, hell no. You ain't. If you want to,
I ain't telling you what you go with the thing.
you ain't going out the room.
Bird, have a seat.
Break it. Go on, break it. Go on, break it.
Bird,
Go on, break it.
you got 5, 10, 15, 20. You got
Go
like
ahead,
45
that's
minutes.
what they
Have
want.
a seat.
Let me off.
I'm not. You don't leave this alone. Fuck the door.
No.
You break that, you really going to jail. Move, get away from me.
No.
Get away from me.
No.
Montreal, if I change that number, then you know what to
Now you see why I call for the abolishment of public education.
Yeah, but that's he's getting that behavior from his home structure, and he's most likely a single some mom product.
They all are. I'm just saying we seeing Markel act a fool, but I guarantee you come to this class any regular day, and any one of those kids in that class is acting out like this.
Yeah, you already saw the other kid in there. Fuck
Yeah.
you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Right. See, that's to my point when I was, sharing my story. Children like this, you got to take them out those households. 2, you got to get them out of the cities and put them in the dead smack country area where all they hear is crickets and wildlife. Then you got to put them in a major, heavily structured environment that's based on discipline, structure, and self-accountability.
Well, I don't think we have money for all that. We got to pay for the Ukrainian war.
What they used to do with kids like that
Right.
was that they would either suspend them and send them home and have their parents have to deal with them, or they had special schools for them for the problems, because that kid's affecting the ability for that whole class to learn.
Bingo.
That whole class is not getting a lesson today.
Right.
You know,
No one.
Nobody in that class is getting a lesson.
Nope.
No, and they're being fed what they can get away with.
They're also low-key being introduced to just trauma. I mean, sitting here watching these adults argue and go back and forth with other kids like this all day. For some of them kids, this could be just on top of what they see at home. This could just be too much.
Oh yeah, trauma. It's trauma is what it is.
The model you're talking about, we tried before, and it was not very successful. We tried it with the Indian kids.
Which model is that?
The Indian schools.
Taking them away
in the late
from
1800s, early 1900s, and it didn't work out very well.
Taking them out of their
off
areas.
the reservation
Yeah.
and trying to westernize them.
Oh yeah, but this is different. These are American children. These are children born in America. They're not. I mean, they're not. You're not trying to indoctrinate them into a new society or a new.
Oh yes, you
way of
are.
living.
Actually, you are.
Yes, you are.
I mean, they're still talking.
You take these kids out of the city and throw them in the country in a small town. That's another world.
Yeah, but it's not. It's another world, but it's not the same as someone that's a who live completely different. They're still around Americans. They're still gonna see Sun people. They're still gonna talk the same language. They're still gonna eat the same food. They're still gonna watch the same television shows.
Those kids are living on Cheetos and Mountain Dew, man.
Yeah, but you get my point, though. I mean, is it going to be a culture shock at first? Yes, but not as drastic as, say, someone coming from the bush and moving them and taking them from the bush and having them now live, in an American suburb.
Did you grow up in the stand, WP?
Yes, but I grew up from the third through seventh grade. In the stand, but in moving around foster home to foster home to foster home to foster home. Then from the 8th grade, 7.5 through the 12th grade, I was in a group home in the country. So I guess you all see by you all's, way of thinking. Then I was introduced into a whole different, brand new environment. And in the way, that's what I said, in the way you're right, but it's not as drastic as you all think. Was it a culture shock for me? Heck yes. I remember the first week or so, man, I was terrified because I'm used to city life, lights and cars and sirens. And now I'm in the dead of the country and it's dark. And all you hearing is wildlife. So it's a slight culture shock, but it's not as bad as you would think. I mean, I adjusted, and everybody else in my shoes were from the city, Baltimore, DC. From Baltimore, the hood parts of Baltimore were guys in there with me, and from the hood parts of DC.
And you think those guys that you met in those experiences could have turned out better if they'd had more experience to country life in America?
It's not just a country life. It's country life and being in a house or a structure that's going to, 1, hold them accountable every single day, 2, have major structure, 3, major discipline. Because you missed it earlier, but I explained, in the group home that I was in, they graded our behavior on paper every single day. There was a long list of things on that paper that we were expected to do. And if we didn't do those things, we were docked those points. And if you got docked enough points, you would lose your privileges. You couldn't watch television. You couldn't go off because they would take us places. You couldn't go anywhere. You were held accountable. And trust me, guys, like I said, from the bowels of Baltimore, from the bowels of DC, eventually they got it and they started conforming.
Cool.
And these guys were now, here's the sad part though. Once they got out of that environment, those homes and that structure, a lot of them went back to Baltimore and were murdered.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was going to get to, but you answered it before I could get there. Now let me just replay this video, but I want to stop. Let me let AP get in here first. Go ahead, AP. I'm gonna let you go, then I'm gonna replay the video.
I don't think even if you took these kids and put them in another environment, they would change. Before you have to build, you have to break it down. Or some of these kids are so traumatized from the lifestyle that they live at home. Looking at that kid there, if you take them even out to a country environment, it's going to take weeks. You're going to have to break him down. Look at his attitude. He's not, unless you're ready to use severe punishment, he's not going to change. Remember, by the age of 6, children's minds are made up. It's hard to break that. Now, I understand where you're coming from, saying that, you moved out in the countryside, you had a good environment, but that's your personality. There's a lot of other factors with it. Some of these kids, we have to admit, we're never going to reach them.
Yeah, but I don't know if you heard me though. There were guys whose attitudes weren't like that, because the minute that they got out of that environment that they were in with structure and discipline, they went right back to what this child is doing. As to your point of when they get this age, it's too late, it's too much, they've seen too much trauma. No. And I'm telling you that firsthand. There's very few people on this planet who went through the trauma that those guys that were in that group homes with me and myself went through. Trust me. Trust me. So I'm not saying it's 100%, but each and every guy that I was in that group home with, when they was in that environment where they were being held accountable, they conformed. Otherwise, they would have been sitting in their room and sitting in that house all day long.
Can I?
Hold on. Let me just do this. Let me just say something. Let me just say something right quick, AP, and I'm gonna let you go. My thing is, do you think that kid who was doing all that talking in class, do you think he was a tough guy or a punk?
A punk.
I agree wholeheartedly. Okay, I just want to make sure.
He's a mama's boy, because that's the other part about being in the group home. I don't know. It's a group home and a juvenile detention center. They're different, but not much different. So there's a lot of fights in there. There's a lot of, you got to hold your own, literally. It's like I said, a lot of people just call them baby prisons, because there's guys in there who run the houses, who run the yard. And then there's the smaller ones, the younger ones on the bottom of the totem pole. And in those environments, you are going to be held accountable not only by the adults, but by the youth themselves. So he's not going to be acting like this. You know why? Because if he's going to try to pull that against one of the house parents, then the other guys are going to get on him when the house parents ain't around.
Yeah.
And it's going to stop, because they're not going to be talking to him. They're going to be putting hands on him.
Especially if his behavior is costing them. Like
ding.
If nobody can go to the
bowling alley. Nobody can go to the movies. Nobody can go get pizza because this ass is acting up and cursing out the house parent.
And then feminists come in and step in and take the kids and say that you're abusing them.
No, nobody's going to know.
No. You heard what the kid said. He even accused the teacher of cursing, and the man probably never even cursed at him.
That guy didn't curse. He's lying.
Exactly.
But here's the thing.
AP, I'm talking about a group home environment. This ain't a classroom environment.
WP, you have to understand. When you're 46, so you're in group homes, you said 7th grade, 89 to what, 95, right?
88 to 93.
Okay, 88 to 93. You're in group homes, right? That everyone will find out everything. These kids have cell phones in these group homes now. Everybody will find out. But go ahead, AP.
And this is a totally different time period. What I'm trying to tell him is that, yes, I agree, but it's going to take harsh punishment. And they don't have the stomach to do that. That's not going to change.
I mean, that kid obviously knows how to work the system. If he's accusing the teacher of doing something that the teacher didn't do, he knows he can actually get the teacher in more trouble than he can actually get into.
Exactly.
He would be, even today, if you put him in a group home environment, he would be dusted as soon as the house parents or whatever they want to call them aren't around. And it would not be filmed because none of the guys in the group home or even a foster home would be filming it. And they would tell him, if you open your mouth, it's going to be even worse. And I guarantee you, he would not open his mouth.
And I'm telling you, 10 years from now, that group home will be shut down because somebody will come and say they were abused. It will be an investigation. It will be all over the news, and that's what you're dealing with.
Oh yeah, and it is actually letting the inmates run the prison.
Yeah,
in
but
a way,
you're
which you
talking,
can't rely on.
But you're talking about children, so you can't say that children aren't going to ever have fights. If the house parents see a fight, of course they're going to discipline them, but they aren't around all the time.
And what I'm trying to tell you is at the time that we're living in, we're at a time where there are people who don't want others to be held accountable, and they will use whatever means necessary to shut down even anything that's helping children. And so what I'm telling you is all it needs to do is to get back. Somebody says such and such, and before you know it, the ACLU and other feminist groups will be in there shutting the place down. That's the time that we're living in. The time of the harsh discipline and holding kids accountable, that's over. They're not for that anymore.
Let's do a play by
Look at that school in Utah for the rich bad kids that's getting sued right now by all the stars kids.
But this would be state funded, and you know, this wouldn't be like that. Even because they're still around today. The same group homes, foster homes.
Let's go play by play. Let's do a play by play of this because I want to break it down for you guys what I'm seeing, and I want you guys to tell me what you're seeing. Because
I'd like to see you come up here and do one of these problems.
Fuck up talking to me, Mr. Johnson, before I come knock the motherfucking glasses off your face.
See, now that right there, to me, what I see is too much. Whenever I see too much, it's a red flag for me. You know what I'm saying? If he would have just said, man, shut the fuck up, Mr. Johnson. Or even shut the fuck up, Mr. Johnson, before I knock the glasses off your face. But what he did right there was too much. What that's telling me is that this little boy he's terrified. His walk home from school, his life in the neighborhood, the schoolyard, he's living in a state of terror. And this man right here, he's identified as someone who he can badger and he can unleash his inner beast on. He's identified this man as like the weak, the injured impala in the pack, where he can, you know, prey on this guy.
Right.
So I think
this guy. The school has taken away all of this guy's tools to do anything about this kid.
But I think that this guy would be preyed on even if there were tools, because I think that, you know, whatever tool, if let's just say he could discipline this guy still would still get abused. I was in school in the 90s and whatnot, and in the 80s, and this guy, when they still suspended kids all the time, the black kids was always getting suspended. This guy was identified as someone this kid could prey on, and I do think this kid is a punk.
Yeah, he's putting on an act.
I'd like to see you come up here and do one of these problems.
Fuck up talking to me, Mr. Johnson, before I come knock the motherfucking glasses off your face. And that's on my dead grandma head.
Didn't I tell you earlier today? I said,
Shut the fuck up talking to me.
Markel, I said I do not I said I do not talk to you that way, and I would appreciate it if you did not talk
Shut
to
the
me
fuck
that
up
way.
talking to me.
I do not curse at you. Have I ever cursed at you?
Yes.
I have never
Yes.
cursed at you.
Yes, you have.
You know that's not true.
I bet I can put up some problems that you don't even know, Mr. Johnson.
You probably could.
Exactly.
Now this guy right here, this guy's got to go home and fuck his wife, right? And these things become very hard when you're being emasculated. Like, I don't care how you deal with emasculation, how good you process it, how good you react to it. It's still emasculation. He's still being emasculated. And this guy right here is dealing with this in a way. He's trying to talk through it because he feels like it happens so much. These guys act like this all the time. He's not like clutching his pearls. This is common behavior.
Come on, put some problems on the board. I tell you.
And it goes like a virus. Bad behavior is like a virus among son teens.
Yes.
They cannot, like, even the ones who know that it's wrong, they can't, they just get swept up in it. They cannot not be predatory.
They have pack
That's why I say,
mentalities.
in order for them to change, you have to break them down. Because this type of behavior by the class, the other guy joining in, it's an approval. Like you said, it's a virus. And his personality, even if you were to take him out in the country, he is so broken because I'm quite sure he's probably been abused at home, judging from his attitude. But you're going to have to break him down.
Define break them down. Define that.
Define break them down, severe punishment, and also manual labor. I think kids have too much free time. They need to be put to
Consistent
work.
punishment too, right? Consistent,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and all those things were included. Manual labor. You had to work every single day.
Okay, that's good. Miss Milf Mandy says, nah, don't be trying to send them badass kids, Keith and badass son Keith to the country. We don't want them. I'm telling you, you don't. You do not want them. Now watch how it spreads.
You, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Now that kid right there, this kid right here is a bag. This kid, he's big because when you're big and you're bad, this kid's probably a real tough guy.
He's the real goon in the class.
Yeah, and now he was kind of like flexing and bringing order. He was restoring order by doing that a little bit too. Now this guy right here, this is the guy who back in our day, my day, he would grab you right here. We had a teacher at Birdie back at school, Mr. Long. He wasn't a teacher, he was like an assistant principal. He was an administrator. He would grab you right here on your collarbone, this little muscle right here, and bring you to your knees in the hallway in front of other students. If you got
Yeah,
wrong.
and that's the other reason these children are acting the way they are, because they know the adults can't do anything to them.
And no one ever thought of telling their mama or no shit like that. We didn't even really know that was like an option. You know what I'm saying? I think one time somebody told their mama something, but it was very rare. Like, you didn't know that was an option. Now, I'm not saying the moms weren't ratchet and they didn't come cuss people out, but he didn't hesitate to grab you right there by your little fucking clavicle and bring you to your knees.
I have a friend who grew up in the West Indies, and he told me that when you were in school, like he went to a Catholic school, and the nuns would beat him, right? And he tried to make sure that his parents didn't find out. Why? Because he get another beating when he got home.
Exactly.
It wasn't like they were going to go and try to get the teacher fired to beat him. They were going to say, "What'd you do?" Boom, 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 and then he gets beaten worse at home.
And Nate Wade says boot camp.
You don't have those parents anymore.
Boot camp for adult first-time offenders is a life changer. Like AP said, they break you and rebuild you, teaches you respect, integrity, and self-control. Yeah, and listen, I'm an advocate for firm and consistent punishment with son teens. I was a son teen, and the punishment can't just be firm. The consistency part is the part that that with people. Because if you let me go, if you let me slide this time, because you know what I'm saying, it's like you have to be consistent in order for it to work. The firmness we can adapt to, like some teams could adapt to 50 lashes with a cowhide if it's not going to be consistent. You know what I'm saying?
I think the manual labor part is important too. Is a very important key.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely, because that's a punishment for some teams. Like hard work is a punishment, so it's part of the firm and consistent punishment. Um, Kevin Robb says, "Ock is the Sir David Attenborough of the Sun community." He always gives us the best breakdown and insight. Yeah, salute, man. Yeah, man. Listen, I was a Sun team, and I know this guy right here. This guy right here on the screen right here. This guy, he's more valuable to the community than many men in the community, because this guy right here, he's the disciplinarian. He's the one that don't play. He's the one that's in the crosshairs. This guy right here, the other teacher, he'll get assaulted or something like that, or every now and then, but he'll never catch a lawsuit. He'll never have a mom come up, cuss him out. He'll never have the mom's boyfriend who doesn't pay any bills and just stinks up the couch all day show his value to the home by coming up and crashing out at the school on the teacher. Finally get a chance to, contribute something by coming up here and fucking this guy up over some stupid shit. This guy right here is the one that's in the crosshairs, because he's the one that actually has to administer discipline and actually has to put his foot down. This guy right here is the one.
He's the enforcer.
Yeah.
And the difference,
go ahead.
The difference is back in our day is that would have been an administrator, like the vice principal. But now it's just a person they hire to be on campus and just to be the biggest bully of them all, essentially.
They call them resource officers now.
Right.
He's not a resource officer, though.
No, not resource.
But the role, that role, I'm saying.
No, they're not. I mean, I can't speak for other parts of the country.
This guy's a basketball coach, maybe a gym teacher, maybe. Or even a custodian or something like that.
Yeah, like it could be somebody who has nothing to do with the academic piece at all. They're hired there. They're hired to be there strictly to come in and do what he's doing right there.
Or behavior. It could be a dean or something. Really?
Yeah, they're usually assistant principals in charge of discipline.
That was in our day. That's not today.
Yeah, that's different.
Around here, the schools are still that way.
My cousin is now one of these guys, and I know a lot of the guys I went to high school with now work in the school system as in this role. You'll notice he's not dressed to do anything other than what he's doing, and that's what they do. They don't teach anybody. They don't do nothing. They get a call, hey, such and such is acting up. They come in, swoop in, do what he do. But in our day, it was the vice principal, and when he came, it really meant your ass was about to get thrown out the school.
I remember Roots Activity Learning Center when I went there. This is a private school. They had something called the paddle, and you would go to the bathroom and they would give you. They had this paddle. It was on display too. It wasn't prominently displayed, but it was displayed in the school, and it was like one of those paddles that the fraternities have, and it was thick and it had holes in it, so it could cut through the air. And man, I mean, you did not want to get the paddle, man. And it was administered. It was administered firmly. Like there's no other way to swing that thing. Like if you swing that thing against a butt, it's gonna hurt. So yeah, that thing was the breakdown of that across the board is just is part of the problem. But still,
see,
go ahead.
Not only that is when they destroyed the masculinity and they destroyed the authority as far as police and all that. See, all filters down to it. So now kids, they know there's no consequence for anything. They have no respect for men because our mother probably doesn't keep a man in her house. She has no respect for men. Society has told them masculinity is bad. They have no respect for police. So all of this filters down into the school system as well.
Yeah.
And none of this is going to change.
Let's
None of
watch
this is
this.
going to change.
Let's watch this guy in action, man.
Get away from the computer.
My tray.
Shut the fuck up.
Take the coat off.
That's why you don't know how to do the
You
problem.
see, he automatically gives him an order, even though the kid. See, this is the thing about this guy. He although he ignored what the kid did, he checked him on something else immediately. He didn't respond to shut the fuck up, but he gave him an order.
Oh, that's my
Get away from the computer.
My tray.
Shut the fuck up.
Take the coat off.
That's why you don't know how to do the problem.
Take the coat off.
I don't want to.
Take the coat off.
I don't got to.
Take the coat off. I'm asking. You will get it at the end of the day. Take the coat off.
I ain't gonna take some.
Take the coat off. I'm asking you to take the coat off. One more time, I'll kill.
Now there is even though he got him to take the coat off, there is a problem if you have to go through all that just to get him to take his coat off. It becomes now the learning part of this, which this institution is there for learning. It's basically you're spending all your time on things other than teaching the kids.
Yeah, this whole day is ruined because all the other students are, their minds aren't focused anymore on learning anymore.
He's ruining it for them. He's hating on the other kids too.
Well, and that was the reason why they used to separate these kids from the other kids.
But this
Correct.
is the separation probably. This isn't gifted and talented. All these kids in here probably are problem kids. So you want to separate even further more?
It's way too small of a class to be normal kids.
Yeah. And listen, man, these kids right here, this guy right here, he's doing a lot of this stuff on purpose. A lot of these kids are sinister. You can't believe how sinister and evil a lot of these kids are. Like he's preventing everyone else from learning.
And I believe he knows that. Like
yes,
he's doing
definitely.
it, yes.
Without a doubt.
He's aware. Yeah,
he may be remedial. He may not be good at math. He may not be good at whatever they're teaching now. And instead of risking being called on and having to answer a question wrong or just his own insecurities, he does this to just disrupt the whole thing and to take the attention away from the fact that he may not be.
But isn't this what some people do on a daily basis?
Yes, definitely. Without a doubt, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, he's a master at manipulation.
Projection is the number one thing that some people are good at. I think that's our biggest. I think that's our greatest skill. Projection.
You're gonna get it, okay? You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
Face up here.
No, hell no. You ain't. If you want to, you ain't going out the room.
Bird, have a seat.
Break it. Go on, break it. Go on, break it.
Bird.
Go on, break it.
You got 5, 10, 15, 20. You got
Go
like
ahead.
45 minutes. Have
Go
a seat.
Let me out.
I'm not. You don't leave this alone. Fuck the door.
No.
See, right here, he should be able to grab that little kid by his collar and plop his ass back down in the seat. But he can't.
Right.
You break that, you're really going to jail. Move. Get away from me.
No.
Get away from me.
No.
Montreal, if I change that number, then you know what to do.
Yeah, man. It's every day, all day.
And when they build low-income housing, that's what they're shipping out into the suburbs.
Exactly. And that's why it's not fair to say send them kids to the country. Because those kids.
No, but that's different. There's that the way she's talking, which is true, they're being sent out as individual households. They're not being sent in one structured program where the program is isolated from the community. I don't know if that's coming across, but the program is isolated from the community. The school, there's a school there and everything else. The school's on the campus. They live on the campus. Everything's on the campus.
Well, that's like one of those boot camps, or like almost like juvenile detention.
Well, yes.
It's reform school.
It's juvenile detention, reform school, whatever name you want to give it.
Isn't that what they call the school to what is it? They call it school to jail. Huh?
But you realize how you'd have to have a whole separate school
which is maybe that's what you need, but that's not what that's the
No, my issue with that is, why do we have to pay for this? We're already paying for his food. We're already paying for his housing. He can't sit his ass in a chair and go to public schools, which our tax dollars are paid for. Now you're asking us to fund a separate facility for them? How much money do you need? Not to mention all the other programs in between.
An unlimited amount.
Keep on fleecing the taxpayers.
Well, you're paying for the prisons.
Yeah, you're going to pay for it now. You're going to pay for it later.
Well, I mean, you said that they go back to doing what they did before. Well, I mean, what is the point of the school then if they just end up doing the same thing? You get a few good years out of them, and then it ends up in the same place. It's a fucking waste of time. Put them in prison from the jump.
You know what? Because for those years, two things. One, you're keeping them away from you to blow your head off, and two, there is the chance that they can actually be reformed. That's what your investment is doing. Your investment is keeping them away from it.
Where's your data showing that? Where's your data?
I don't need no data. I lived it.
Yes, you do need data.
I know, but like, what do you think
I lived it. I can speak for every boy for 5 years. I can speak for them, and I know their success rate and how they turned out, what was tried to be done with them. I don't need data for that. I lived it.
And that's the problem, because you're coming from emotions.
No, it's not emotions. It's coming from facts. Yours is coming from this theological, philosophy-based thing. Mine is coming from on the ground, lived it.
Your particular situation. We're talking about a population.
I'm talking about 3 houses full of inner city youth.
3 houses.
3 houses.
We're talking about a whole population.
Well, you're taking, I'm telling you, the question or the basis of this was, what can be done? That's what the basis of this was. The basis of it wasn't, is there a magic wand we can spread across and fix it in one day? The basis is, what can be done? And I'm giving an example of what can be done.
And I'm telling you, it's not going to work.
And I'm telling you, it does.
And I'm telling you, it's been tried before and it has not worked.
What are you talking about? It has worked. There's been success stories from not only the one that I'm speaking of, but others.
Name them.
I don't need to name them. I'm telling you, there's been success stories. You can Google it.
Billions of tax dollars here.
Gee.
Before we waste
I mean, I know you know everything, AP. I know that, but I'm just telling you.
That's why I'm trying to get it from you, bro.
No, you're not trying to get it from me because you're just trying to keep defending your point, and I'm just keep giving you on the ground information.
Calm down, WP.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just giving her on the ground info.
WP, calm down. She's asking for data instead of your lived experience only.
Right, but that's the typical thing of people who don't, live something. They asking for data when someone has actually lived it. It's telling them the experience.
But you're only one
WP, I went to school, right? We had certain kids that could, like, tall as shit. We had a kid that was like 6'7", right? And he went on to play in college. And he was he got a scholarship and everything. But that wasn't all the kids. The 5'8" shooting guard that never missed a shot in practice, he didn't get a look anywhere because he was 5'8". Like your lived experience as a person's lived experience is not a good. It's just not a good example, man. We need. That's why you need data, man, so that you can see how it works across the board. But anyway, let me let me show you guys some things, man. Because I mean, I really wanted to, because I'm gonna get to the Ja Morant part of it, but I think that it's important to understand that these teens in these areas, they're very dangerous, man. They're extremely dangerous. So when you try to spend time trying to, throughout the years trying to give them chance after chance, program after program, you're putting the public in exposing the public to these kids over and over again.
Anybody that had anything to do with that gun, that bullet, they're shooting, all of them are guilty in taking the lives of a young person and maybe others in our city. That's what we should be thinking about, and how this continues to happen each and every day.
Shock, outrage, and sadness after 5 teenagers shot at a shopping center in West Baltimore, just steps from their high school. One of
And salute to has hats 11. He says, "Where's Mr. Clark when you need him? It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells." Yeah, Mr. Clark would definitely be excoriated. Mr. Clark wouldn't have the support he had back in the day.
Mr. Clark would be under so many lawsuits that he'd be bankrupt.
Joe Clark would not be seen. In our day, they saw him as a hero. They were thankful for him. He was a deity. They made movies about him. He was praised.
No, today he'd be in prison.
Today
Joe Clark, they would have did a drive-by on him by now.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd be dead in his car.
Exactly. Salute to DC Tony. DC Tony says, "Can you blame gliders and anyone else who can from getting their kids the F out of this environment?" No, I can't blame them.
No.
Well, that's why people went nuts over busing. That's why they flipped out over busing.
Yeah.
of them pronounced dead tonight. Hello, everybody. I'm Rick Ritter.
And I'm Nikki Zizaza. Welcome to those of you watching on CBS News Baltimore and on WJZ TV. The students were on their lunch break when 2 suspects opened fire.
And within the last few minutes, we have learned that classes are canceled tomorrow at Edmondson Westside High, but counselors, we're told, will be available.
Tonight, we are live with team coverage. Jessica Albert with reaction from a frustrated community.
Let's begin with Alex Glaze, one of the first reporters on scene there, with much more tonight on how this tragedy unfolded. Alex.
Yeah, Rick, 5 people were shot earlier today at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center, and police believe that all 5 of those victims are students at Edmondson Westside High School, and one of those victims, a 16-year-old, has died. Around 11:18 this morning,
we got expensive shell casings up here. I'm going to need someone to also bring a bunch of cones up.
Police responded to the 4400 block of Edmondson Avenue for a report of a shooting with multiple victims.
Right now, we have 3 that are stable with gunshot wounds to the leg. We're like juvenile male. We got another one that is being worked on, juvenile male, gunshot wounds to the chest.
5 male victims were shot, 3 of them juveniles. Police believe the students were in the area outside of Popeyes and Rita's in the Edmondson Village Shopping Center on their lunch break. Edmondson Westside High School is across the street. All 5
and I hate that they do this. They didn't do this in my day. You couldn't leave that campus.
Yeah, this is not a good thing.
You couldn't even go to the parking lot.
Yeah. You had to go, you could do recess at the playground or whatever area they had for you, but that was it. These kids are like, I'll be driving middle of the day, I'll be like, the school let out early? It's like, oh no, they're on lunch break. I mean, it's just teeming with kids, hundreds of kids just walking around the streets and shit. You're like, what the fuck? It's a recipe for disaster.
Victims were transported to area hospitals where one of them, a 16-year-old, died.
Another young life in our city is lost over nothing, over nonsense, over stupidity. And what we should be asking right now is that everyone pray for that family, for all the victims' family, for the other young men that are fighting for their lives.
We have a very tragic incident. 5 people shot.
Over his policies.
Now lost his life over foolishness and nonsense. And this.
You notice how much they're reiterating that it's foolishness and nonsense. Like no one thinks that this is major shit. No one.
Life in our city is lost over nothing, over nonsense, over stupidity. And what we should be asking right now is that everyone pray for that family, for all the victims' families, for the other young men that are fighting for their lives.
We have a very tragic incident. 5 people shot, one who has now lost his life over foolishness and nonsense, and this did not have to happen.
It's all foolishness and stupidity. It's
They
literally
didn't call it that in Parkland, did they?
no. I mean, that was foolishness and stupidity, but this is a different type of fool. This is like they're like literally killing each other in broad daylight over like a tweet, over a beef that started in the 80s between like people they don't even know.
Before we make that change. Community members can't believe the new year is starting this way. We have plateaued 300, over 300, over 300. It's going up. Every politician have guaranteed that they have a crime plan. Most
And
of our
who you
police
keep
believe
voting
the
for
students
though?
walked over.
Yeah, she doesn't. And that's what I'm saying. Like you can't fit stupid. You can't
Yeah,
fit
that
stupid.
that level of consideration is
September of
beyond her.
2019.
Yeah, and these kids. We're gonna get to Ja Morant next, man. But these kids are they live amongst stupid adults. Like the adults there that they live amongst are fucking morons.
In September of 2019, a 6-year-old student named Kaya was sitting in her school's office.
Okay, she's gonna have to come with us now.
That's a police officer. This video comes from his body camera. At first, it seems like Kaya doesn't know what's happening.
Where are those for? No, I wanted the sun. Oh, I was in school. I just got here.
Earlier that day, Kaya had a tantrum. 3 school
Now they're not going to tell you that she completely destroyed the classroom. I mean, turned
Exactly.
it into rubble. I mean, turned the classroom into rubble. I'm talking about everything that was up was down, and I mean everything. I think this went viral. Her tantrum went viral because she literally, because the teacher couldn't do anything. The teacher was just threatening to call her parents. The teacher couldn't touch her because you can't touch them. This little girl took you know how they got cubby holes, they got places for crayons, they got places for toys, they used to do chalk and other school. She took every single thing. The demon force that was in this little girl was you gotta take your hat off to her.
employees said that she had kicked them. The school called the police, who arrested Kaya on charges of misdemeanor battery.
I don't want to go to the police car.
The police dropped the charges after Kaya's grandmother sent this video to the Orlando Sentinel. Kaya's case isn't an isolated incident.
A 5-year-old girl being handcuffed by police in Florida.
For a year, he could not sleep alone.
He put
Who
handcuffs on.
believes that this kid couldn't sleep alone because he got put in handcuffs? Who believes that?
No.
Nobody.
I mean,
believe
we
that
we
these
know
police-
some kids lie their ass off about how traumatized they are.
I don't think he lied about it. I think she lied about it. I think this kid.
Well, I mean, either way,
he's the man.
like
Like,
if they can manipulate a situation, they're gonna do it. You know.
Yeah. If I would have had video of me being put in handcuffs when I was a kid, I would have been the fucking man amongst my peer group. That shit would have fucking took my Q rating through the fucking ceiling.
You got your cherry busted.
Put handcuffs on me.
Tossed to the ground by a school resource officer.
Now here's the thing: do you understand that? Do you notice that when they're trying to restrain black girls, it's always a fight. It's never like an easy thing. It's always a tussle.
Are the effects of a larger problem in American schools. The U.S. doesn't treat all students equally. But if we wanted to, we could do something about that. The next president could decide if that happens.
She thinks the next president.
Oh, this some Juice Crew bullshit.
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
Fox.
this is some fucking.
Exactly. But I just want to show you. But this is the predominant. There's more people that think like this than here. Like, listen, this is a niche group right here. Don't think that this represents the greater When you're here, you're part of a small group, man. It's not a lot of us, man.
But these are also the people who would be overseeing reform schools today.
Mm-hmm.
In 2016, researchers at Yale showed teachers this video clip of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both Black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the Black boy in the
because listen, let me tell you why that is real quick. And I'm gonna let you go. Because we're all prisoners of experience. We're all prisoners of what we've seen in the past. We all use observation. The only people that don't use observation are white liberals. Everyone else uses observation. Okay? These teachers know from the years of teaching in their schools, the fucking person that they need to watch is the Black boy. And I was one of them. And yes, you needed to watch me.
And it doesn't say if they have had experience with this particular child, right?
No, I mean, it's a random video. It's not.
Yeah, but you're a little bit wrong about the white liberals, because they are watching too, because they live in gated communities that are nothing but white people.
Yeah, no, I'm just being sarcastic because they try to present the fallacy, the lie that they treat everyone the same and they don't look at anything in the past.
No, they live in the most segregated communities around.
Exactly. But most people, 99% of people, you can't help but to lean on past experiences. And
probability.
Everyone knows of these fucking 4 kids. The one that's gonna fucking curse you out, assault another student, act out, curse, fall asleep. It's gonna be a Black kid. Everyone knows that.
Most likely, yeah. It's probability.
Everyone, and the fact that they all did it lets you know that. See, this is the part that trips me out. They ignore the fact that all the teachers identified him as the potential problem. They ignore that.
Even the Black ones.
Even the Sun Lady, yeah.
It's like I tell you about Airbnb the other day. They ignore the fact that they did this study. I tried to put gliders on blast, and they found out that all people discriminate against Black people with Airbnb. And they ignored it. They completely ignored that fact. And went on to something else. That's the story. Not, you don't ignore that. You take that and you say, well, damn, all of them? This kid's gonna be the problem. Let's deal with that.
Right.
Features this video clip of 4 preschool students. Their instructions: look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both Black
and they're watching
and
the
white
boys
teachers
mainly.
spent significantly more time watching the Black boy in the video. This study showed that even preschool teachers can treat kids differently based on their race without even realizing it. Look elsewhere in the US school system, and you'll see this show up in other ways, like at this middle school in Bryan, Texas. They gave students tickets for offenses like disrupting class or using profanity. Black students were 4 times more likely than white students to receive those tickets.
Okay.
You muted, Chief.
You muted.
I'm like, yeah, yes, right. The Black kids were 4 times as likely to get them. What is that telling you, though?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you ignoring that?
Right. Hey, I don't know if I told you this, but I used to work in a school in Chicago.
All right.
And I can't tell you how many times I had to save the glider teachers from the Sun teens, Sun kids. You know? You could imagine.
Oh, definitely without a doubt. Yeah, because they isolate that. Once they identify someone as weak, it's you might as well just leave. If
Right,
you've been identified as weak, you should just leave.
Right. No lie, Chief. I remember this one really nice guy. He was like an MMA fighter. He was Indian. He was Patel, right? Very nice dude. They would give that man hell. He didn't last long. You know?
But
and
even
mind you, he was an MMA fighter. He could have easily ripped their head off.
Hey y'all, but even in the prison system, I wrote the black detainees up more than I had the white detainees.
Yeah,
that's because you racist though.
But across
no, it's just because you would think that all of them give you problems, but it was the black inmates. They gave me more problems than the white inmates.
That's not very mammy of you.
What you say?
That's not very mammy of you. You're breaking your rep right now.
Yeah, you going against the grain. You going against the grain, brown mammy.
Screw y'all.
Nah, but seriously,
I'm not a mammy.
Nah, I'm
You
just
Sambo.
Nah, but seriously though, if anything where you're giving out discipline, unfortunately, listen, man, hit one if you've ever been a manager or supervisor on your job. You've had a managerial position or a supervisor, whether it's a shift manager, overnight manager, the supervisor, this or something like that. Hit one if you've ever had that. In old school, salute to old school, he says, the state is the root cause of the problem. It's definitely not the answer. Do not depend on the state. Well, unfortunately, we have to depend on the state somewhat because, the system demands that. But if you've ever been the manager on a job, some people going to give you the most problems, man. They're going to be the ones that are always late. They're going to be the ones that always have a personal issue from the outside that you have to deal with on the clock. They're always going to be the ones that are going to get, written up. No, even on places like my job, where you have first warning, then you have second warning, then you're on probation, and then the fourth one, you're out of it. It doesn't matter how you break it down. They're going to be the ones that are going to be disciplined more. And I think that that's the story, and they throw that out and skip to racism or discrimination or something when it would be better to deal with the story. That so they the ones that get disciplined the most. Let's see what we can do at least about that without disenfranchising other people.
And these are their peers.
Yeah.
Grading them.
Yeah. And trust me, man. Listen, I've been there, man. I wouldn't even be surprised if the black kids, it was like a badge of honor to get a lot of these little cards. I wouldn't be surprised.
They gave students tickets for offenses like disrupting class or using profanity. Black students were 4 times more likely than white students to receive those tickets. Nationwide, Black boys miss way more school due to suspensions than any other group. And this can
Look at
start
the other group. Look at the other group. Think about it. If Black girls have twice as many suspensions as white kids combined, as all white kids, Black girls have twice as many suspensions as white students, period. The female of the species, that is something you have to you can't just, they're racist. That's a real fucking stat right there.
Mm-hmm.
The female of the species.
They're just totally blowing past it.
Yeah.
As if it's not even something that's notable.
Exactly, and
But
that's what they do,
there's more.
Chief.
Yeah, there's more black kids in majority black schools too.
that's what I'm saying. So what if this is a all like a
No, but still per
99%?
capita. But still, they're also doing. They're adjusting for. They adjust for all of that. Like you're not just going to say, you know what I'm saying? You adjust for because it's more white kids students in the country than black kids, so you're adjusting for all of that. You know what I'm saying? Per capita, it's like 5 times as many white kids in this country than black kids.
So okay, so what's the point? What they want to do? Stop this? They need to be disciplined.
No, they're
When they
saying
cut
that
up
it's
in the
racist.
classroom, they need to be disciplined.
They're saying that this is happening because the teachers and the administrators are racist.
You're profiling them.
This is the same thing
I
as
went to an all black school, and them children was terrible.
this is the same as that whole criminal justice thing. The whole thing.
Yep. Yep.
Chain reaction. Missing weeks of school due to suspensions makes students much more likely to drop out. Without a diploma, you're much less likely to earn a living wage and much more likely to be incarcerated. All this missing school is helping to drive the highest poverty and incarceration.
Or those kids who get locked up later in life show signs of that they were going to get locked up later in life by having to be disciplined constantly in school. What about that? Rather than the kid who just threw his chair across the room, you suspending him is causing him to go to jail later on in life.
Some of those children need medication, and the parents, they're not going to get them any help.
They need holy water, Chief.
Well, and their whole premise is built on that these kids are doing nothing wrong in the first place to enter this system.
Yeah, to me,
Bailey, let me just read this again. Laura Bailey says these kids need dad, grandparents, and moms. Won't do it. Sad. Go ahead. Man.
No, I was just going to say it's almost as if they need quote unquote studies like this and data like this to justify their pushing of, the no son family being intact, because this is clearly is going to be the outcome of that. Once you have no nucleus son family, or any family for that matter, this is going to be the outcome. The children are going to be dysfunctional.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think that everyone knows that son kids and son people are prone to certain behaviors that would just innately and DNA wise.
Yes.
And you need more of a software update for them. And what these people are saying is screw your software update. Any potential software update would be racist. Because if they're already saying that identifying the behavior, because when you're suspending a kid, you're identifying him as someone that needs to be removed from the school so that the other kids can be safe or can learn. That's just identification.
And you're actually trying to help the child because you're trying to get the child to acknowledge, okay, this behavior is not acceptable. It needs to change.
Exactly.
Rates in the developed world. So it's worth asking, how'd we get here? In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson created a new federal office accountable to the president, the Office for Civil Rights. Its first task was to desegregate public schools in the South. But soon, they started noticing that some schools were segregating their students without actually calling it segregation.
A lot of the blacks.
Did you hear that?
They did that in Memphis.
They were segregating the kids. You know how they segregate kids? Let me tell you the easiest way to segregate kids.
Intelligence.
Give them a test. And if the kids who score high on the test go to this classroom and the kids who score low on the test go to that classroom. That's the easiest way to segregate kids.
In Memphis, they had merged Memphis City Schools with Shelby County. And what the white suburbs did was they just formed their own school district. So you had Bartlett School District, Carterville School District, and Militant School District. And
yeah,
that's why Memphis is still an all black school. They didn't want the black children going to their school because they know they was going to
Right.
But probably bust the worst children to that area.
And that's what we about to get into a minute. A Memphis school student threatening to shoot up the house of a NBA superstar.
Soon, they started noticing that some schools were segregating their students without actually calling it segregation.
A lot of the black students would be labeled disabled and removed from the mainstream classroom. So
So if they're being labeled disabled, do you think that a black kid that showed iota? Because I'm telling you, I wasn't gifted and talented in 7th grade, just off of a test that I didn't even take serious. I didn't even know it was for gifted and talented. I just took it and kind of half-assed my way through, like I did all tests. And next thing you know, they moved me to another class. It was like, you're gifted and talented. And I was like, oh, word. And do you think that like it had anything other to do with my score on that test? I didn't even try. So how can you? It's the test. The test is how they just how they separate the kids.
But what's wrong with them labeling the children disabled? They're getting the children the extra help that they would need to function better in life when they get older, when they get to high school.
Because Brown Sugar, disabled is code word for bad as hell.
I thought you talking about like special needs or have a child with IEP.
They're dumb. They're saying that a lot of these black kids, like, I also got diagnosed with ADD too at a very young age. I think I was like 15 when I was diagnosed with ADD. Now they're doing it very much younger than that. But so like I had the Sun Man thing. I had the Sun Man disability, what they would call a disability, and I still wasn't gifted and talented.
So, Ak, let me ask you this. When you were in your gifted and talented classes, do you think that helped your behavior? In other words, if you think that your behavior was better when you were in the gifted and talented class with those students versus your behavior when you were in a class or a setting with students who were not, quote unquote, in the gifted and talented classes?
Well, here's the thing. Like I told you, it spreads like a virus. So when I was a gifted and talented, it was still talking about Sun kids in a DC public school. So the gifted and talented would be like, that would be the worst class in a white school or Asian school. We would be the problem kids, but we were better behaved than all the other kids because we had like a lot of smart girls, a lot of girls in there that was, smart. Because see, the thing about the girls in the class was very smart and very well behaved. So the boys, it wasn't as much showing off and acting goofy and stuff like that because, in a lot of the boys was well behaved. And I'm not gonna lie, I was well behaved other than clowning around. I wasn't gonna fucking bop the teacher upside her head, but I was gonna make fun of her accent. I was gonna make fun of her hair. I was gonna laugh and joke as soon as she turned her back and try to straighten up my face and then make the other kids laugh. I was trying to make the other kids laugh and shit. So it's like, yeah, exactly. But that's
my bad.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I had the same experience. I was Sun Man disabled, and I tested into gifted and talented from elementary school into middle school. But when I got into the gifted and talented classes in middle school, I gravitated towards the lower achievers.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? We didn't misbehave, but I gravitated toward them, and they gravitated towards me, and we were the low achievers in the gifted and talented.
Exactly. I was the same way. Joffrey Oliver says, I know a solution. Yeah. Maybe you want to tell us what that solution is.
So Stunner, can I ask Stunner the same question real quick? Stunner, do you think even though you were, did what you just did, do you think if you were in a class that wasn't with gifted and talented students that your behavior would have been worse, the same, better?
To be honest, at that time in life, it probably would have been the same.
Okay.
Salute to Items Fave. He sends the Cash App. He says, man drove off California cliff. Your future president. Yeah, I saw that. He drove off a cliff in California, survived. With his whole family and everybody survived. I saw that. He did it on purpose too. Salute to Aaron, my man Aaron with the $1 cash app, man. Salute. Raimu Entertainment says that's the premise. Obama used to create the program that allowed a delinquent like Nicholas Cruz to not get flagged and ended up killing 17 kids. This kid glove treatment is hurting all of us. Yes, without a doubt. That's a great point.
And removed from the mainstream classroom. So they wound up segregated.
Daniel Lowson studies school discipline. For years, he's been sounding the alarm about how much school Black students are missing due to suspensions. The data he uses in his reports comes from the Office for Civil Rights. In the 1970s, they started requiring schools to report how many students they classified as disabled, plus suspensions and expulsions, all broken down by race and gender. Over the next few decades, those numbers went up as more punitive ideas about discipline took hold in American schools. Well, in some schools.
Gangs and drugs have taken over our streets and undermined our schools.
The idea that if you don't, throw the book at kids when they're young for every little thing, that they're going to turn into criminals. There's never any research to show that it actually worked. You never see that in schools serving mostly white kids.
We're living the experience of what happens when you don't do it.
I mean, I hate to break it to them. Didn't the crime rate come way down when they were doing that?
Naturally.
So
In 2011,
they proved that it does work.
Report out of Texas started to cast doubt on that approach. The study looked at discipline records for almost 1 million students. It tracked the same kids from 7th grade all the way through high school. The results were stunning. Nearly 60% of students had been suspended or expelled at least once. The study also showed that Black students facing school discipline for the first time tended to get harsher punishments than white students.
Well, they're not telling you what the Black kid did compared to what the white kid did. Like, because if you're at a school where it's mixed kids, like say the Black kids are gonna be like curb stomping each other. They're gonna be like fucking pulling each other fucking weaves out and shit at the root, the extensions out at the
Grabbing
root.
your booty.
Yeah, the white kids are gonna be stuffing each other in lockers and fucking like making people eat alone at a lunch table.
With sticking pencils up their
I-
butt.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Shit like that.
I wonder why they left Asians off this.
Right, because there's zero problems on the Asian.
Yeah, the
Well,
Asians
yeah. Well,
don't
if
never
they
do
show,
anything.
well, I'll explain it. They left Asians off because it would be lower than white, but they can't let you believe that or know that because then it removes the idea that it caters to white kids.
Exactly. The
And
Asians
it's
would
all
probably
based
be
off
one.
of race.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Asians would be 1% right here, and yeah, that's true.
And the more disciplinary violations a student received, the more likely they were to drop out. Clearly,
Or
Texas
the kids that end up dropping out have disciplinary problems throughout the years.
had a big problem. The question now was if the problem was bigger than Texas. To figure that out, the Obama administration turned to the data set that the Office for Civil Rights had built. That's how they learned this was a nationwide problem.
African American students are over 3 times more likely than their white peers to be suspended or expelled, often for very similar offenses.
They also discovered that the vast majority of suspensions were for behaviors like talking back, using profanity, or
Now here's my thing. What they would call, let's just say I told the teacher, man, I sucked my teeth at a teacher and was like, man, no, I'm not gonna do it. Both that and what that kid in Chicago did earlier are supposed to both be disciplined the same way.
Well, my only experience, is with like on burritos and Sartines, and yeah, there's no way that you could compare the two at all.
Yeah, the Black kids take it to the limit. It just is what it is.
Well, and you're also not. They're not getting these the first time they do them, either.
No, they're not. They're not.
No,
Nobody
they're giving them 1,000 chances here. Well, Black kids are getting 100 chances. Trust me, you get 1,000 chances, man.
Shall do.
violating the dress code.
Nonviolent student behaviors, many of which once meant a phone call home.
The administration started investigating school districts where the numbers were the most damning. One of those districts was Bryan, Texas, home of the discipline tickets. In 2013, a woman named Marjorie Holman filed a complaint after her 12-year-old son was suspended for defending himself from a bully and had to appear in adult criminal court. The Office of Civil Rights opened an investigation in Bryan, along with hundreds of other school districts.
If you can't justify what you're doing and it's having a harmful impact on one group more than others, you have to replace it with something else.
But we don't actually know if those changes made a difference, because the most recent data on the Office of Civil Rights website is from the 2015-2016 school year. The year after that, things started to change.
The 51-50 vote to confirm Betsy DeVos.
The vice president votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
In 2017, the Office of President Trump's new education secretary, Betsy DeVos, sent a memo to the staff at the Office of Civil Rights. This one super jargony line in the memo signaled a huge shift. OCR will only apply a systemic or class action approach where the individual complaint allegations themselves raise systemic or class-wide issues. Translation: no more looking for patterns in the data. If the office got a complaint like Marjorie Holman's, they would look for one thing: written or verbal proof that an individual teacher or administrator had punished Marjorie's son more harshly because he was Black.
We're not going to question that unless there's the smoking gun of intentional racism.
That's what happened in Bryan, Texas. When Betsy DeVos took office, the investigation into Bryan's schools was close to wrapping up. The final report concluded that Black students were subject to disparate treatment when compared to white students engaged in the same or similar conduct. They had dozens of recommendations for the district: revise their discipline code, hire mentors and social workers, extra training for teachers. DeVos's team scrapped the report and closed the investigation with no finding of wrongdoing and no suggestions for improvement. If you look closely at this clip, you can see Joe Biden standing right behind President Clinton as he signs the 1994 crime bill. That bill ushered in new tough-on-crime policies that devastated Black communities. As a senator, Biden played...
Did they really devastate?
I was about to say, it actually helped.
It made some people millionaires in Harlem. Those houses were worth nothing in 1990.
But again,
It
this
made them
is-
safer.
this is
Millions
the-
of dollars.
This is the left's narrative, so it did devastate the Black community because it stopped all the criminals.
It made them safer.
It made it much better.
But it took all those fathers out of the home.
Those fathers were not in the home. That's
No,
crazy.
he's being sarcastic. Yeah, I got you, Mayo.
Not only the fathers, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is what they're talking about. Let me switch gears because now I think there's nothing else we can get out of that.
Can I make one quick point? Or ask one quick question? Why do you think the Trump administration stopped the data abstraction or study that was being done by the prior administration? I have an opinion, but I'm just curious with you in the panel.
Go ahead. I don't know why.
Okay, because I think they knew that using those data and how they were collecting it was saying the same things that you've been saying, where they're going to put a study together that's going to show by their data that they're, in their opinion, is going to show that the reason that the Sun children were being suspended or expelled was because of racism versus their actions. And it wasn't racism, it just had to deal with those Sun children's behavior.
And notice it was similar incidents, not the cumulative number of incidents was not involved in that calculation.
Correct.
So a kid who's been suspended 3 times already for the same thing is going to get a harsher punishment.
Yeah.
Right.
So here we go. We got a student in Memphis. So here's what happened. Ja Morant sued, allegedly punched teen during game at Tennessee home. Ja Morant, NBA superstar, has been sued, TMZ has learned, after he was allegedly involved in an attack of a minor during a basketball game in July at his Tennessee home. The suit was filed in Shelby County in September. Court records show the case has since been sealed. But we've learned it all stems from a July 26th incident at the NBA superstar's residence in Eads, Tennessee. You know about Eads? Anybody know about Eads? Because if he lives there, it's got to be good.
You say what?
Yeah, I don't. I've never. No, I've never. I'm guessing it's a Memphis suburb, but I've never.
What you say? I couldn't hear you.
Eads.
East Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's like the outskirts of Memphis, of Shelby County.
According to police documents, a 17-year-old who filed the lawsuit on September 9th told cops he was playing in a pickup game with Ja Morant at the house when the two got into a verbal altercation. The plaintiff, according to the doc, said the argument became heated and he threw a basketball at Morant, accidentally hitting him in the face. So you got this 17-year-old hood booger. He's probably a good ball player from the area if he's playing at Ja Morant's house. Playing at your house, and he gets mad. He doesn't eat it. He doesn't bite his tongue. He fucking throws a basketball and hits you in your fucking face. I mean,
I love the accidentally hit him in the face.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So after accidentally hitting him in the face, the teenager said the Grizzlies point guard then approached him, put his chin on his shoulder, and asked the bystander, "Should I do it to him?" Teen says Morant then struck him with a closed fist, knocking him to the ground. According to the docs, the 17-year-old said Morant then continued sticking him while on the ground and claims another man jumped in and began hitting him as well. Officers in the docks say they noted the teenager had a large knot on his head. In the docks, cops say Morant told them he did strike the teenager, but insisted he was acting in self-defense. Morant said the plaintiff threw the ball at him intentionally, not accidentally, during the argument, and then began approaching him as if he wanted to fight. Who believes that?
I believe Morant.
I don't.
So what
I think both sides are lying.
Okay. So you think it's the truth lies somewhere in the middle?
Yes, absolutely. Typical son behavior. I don't believe the ball was thrown if it was at his face by accident. And I also don't believe Morant's story either.
Police say Morant also told them his brother was involved in the altercation as well, but the basketball player did not name the man. Both parties, according to the docs, said the fight was broken up by spectators shortly after it began. Morant told officers the teenager made verbal threats stating he'd light his house up as he was being escorted off the property. Morant advised he and his family were put in fear by that statement, and they should have. I just want to salute the Deluxe 247, the real MVP, aka Cal Ripken, coming through once again. I just want to tell you guys this. If a Sun team makes a threat, and it doesn't even have to be this much, if a Sun team makes a threat to you, take it seriously every single time. It doesn't cost you anything to take it seriously. It may not happen every time, but just take it seriously. When the Sun team makes a threat, it's a very, 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 very serious thing.
Especially if they say they're going to light your house up.
Yep.
They might do it. And they're not going to do it that week. They might do it next month.
Great point.
Exactly.
Yes. Great point. But here's my thing too. And now because I didn't know this occurred at Morant's house. that my spidey senses are tingling a little bit, because if he made that threat on his property, and I do believe someone else got into it after Morant struck the guy and he was down. I believe if that teen had made that kind of threat on his property, I think he would have gotten beat down on the property.
Oh, that threat? Yeah, he said that threat while he was being escorted.
But was he still? So the escort is probably like, "Come on, man, let's just go and get them off the court." Though, do you think you agree with that or no?
If he had done that earlier, well, he did get beat down.
Right. So when are they saying the threat was made?
When the kid was getting escorted off the property.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I guess since they're not saying whether off what defining on the getting escorted off the property means, because my thing is, if he was just off the court or still kind of close to Morant and his guys, if that team would have turned around and said that, if not Morant, one of his boys.
I think the police may have been escorting them off, or somebody.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that he said that, like, I think he said that as like leaving, which is still very, very, very dangerous thing.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I'm just saying, I don't think Morant and his guys would have allowed that to get away if he was kind of still, in their immediate vicinity.
That boy just wants some money. That boy parents just want some money. Because if Ja Morant was just some regular guy in the hood, it would never been a lawsuit.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
If Ja Morant hits you, you're not suing him.
Never known.
Yeah,
if Ja Morant hits you, you're not gonna sue him.
Suing the shit out of him. Hell yeah.
Right.
Some man hit hard too, man.
Yeah, Ja Morant, if he hit me or my little one, I want some money too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Now here's the thing though. Hold on. Let me. Laura Bailey says, active self-protection ASAP compilation. My favorite defensive firearm uses of 2022 on YouTube. Ocken panel. Yeah, man. I may have to get into that on Rumble, man, one day, man. I can't. Even though his channel is on YouTube and it's fully monetized of him doing that on YouTube, if I review one of his videos, I'll get a strike. I'm telling you, man, it's the weirdest thing, man.
Man, we got Mossy here for that.
Just because of the violence. So I have to do his video, even though his videos are on YouTube, I have to do his videos on Rumble.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, no doubt, Mossy.
Sebastian Kim says, I graduated from public high school in 2016 in Florida. 1,800 kids in the school, 25% son. I witnessed the son team blast the glider substitute teacher with a fire extinguisher. He wasn't expelled. Lots more stories, too. Yeah.
I like saying that.
Yeah, fire extinguisher.
Broward County School District, 70+ teachers quit or retired in the last year.
Yeah.
Because they're just letting the inmates run the fucking asylum in the schools.
Yes.
Yeah, but I respect Ja Morant for taking this situation seriously, and the reason I wanted to focus on this story is because when the Sun team makes a threat, you have to understand, like most people, like let's just say you get into it with a glider in the supermarket. Even if they were to say, I'm going to come light your house up, between that time and them lighting your house up, there's a lot of thought going into it. Then they also have to have people to ride with them. A Sun team has no problem finding 4 to 5 other people willing to throw their lives away over something that he said happened to him. Him coming back around the way, man, this nigga did such and such, man. I'm trying to go fucking fire his ass house up, man. Come on, you try to ride? Yeah, all right, come on. You can always find other black dudes that will throw their lives away with you. It's probably one of the easiest things to do, man.
And if I hear a glider say they're gonna light my house up, I would instantly think they can set my house on fire.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
I know they'll do it.
I would call the NAACP and have 500 protesters outside that white person's house.
I record it.
Yeah,
Get my GoFundMe account set up.
Yep. Oh yeah, I definitely would get a GoFundMe.
Get the
My
news
GoFundMe
crew
through the fucking
and
roof.
say, I am a black female.
Yep. And this white man threatened me.
White man say he gonna burn my house down.
Yep. That's all you gotta do.
What if you write you a check off bad though, Brown Sugar?
How much?
I guess that's up to how hurt you felt, you know?
It gotta be more than I think I can get off the GoFundMe.
Yeah, like you got the 20,000, man.
I could drag the story though. I give me a scholarship to college and get on the news and all that. Meet some celebrities. I can drag that story.
Yeah, all you gotta do is cry, talk about how traumatized you are.
Take my weave out with my hair natural, a little fro.
Yo, I would try to double it up. I'd go around once I get my check, go around more gliders and double up.
Yeah, man. Let me show y'all this. This is crazy, man. Let me see. So Sun teens, you have to take it seriously when they make threats like that. I mean, you have to. There's no well, you know what I mean, those kids will be kids. No, they really mean it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with me today. First and foremost, I would like to wish everyone a happy new year and to say that we plan for it to be a sad new year for some shooting suspects, and that's what I want to talk about. January 2nd, a fresh start to the new year, and what happened is we had a shooting at 2:52 in the morning. Look at the marks where we had the casings. That's right, 59 casings, at least 59 shots toward this house on a drive-by shooting using two different firearms. We know that 30 of the 59 casings hit the house, most of which was right in the area of the bedroom. 12 entered the home. There were 5 victims in the house at the time, including a 19-year-old girl. And that's the headboard from where she was laying in the bed when the shooting occurred. We believe the shooting was targeted toward her boyfriend. There is possibly rival gangs involved in this, and certainly we think so in this one. We know that there's been a running gun battle between two gangs. In fact, last year, almost a year ago, January the 30th of 2022, at a bowling alley just outside the city limits of Winter Haven, we had a running gun battle, and there were people shot and people arrested. And certainly they're looking forward to a very long time in prison. But the rival gang didn't like that. So we certainly believe that as a result of that event, this was a retaliation. They laid low for almost a year. We put a gang task force in place, made several arrests. However, they went silent after that shooting of January 22nd. We arrested several of the gang members at that particular time. We think the 19-year-old girl is the girlfriend of the person that they were trying to retaliate against. She is still in the hospital. She is in good condition and certainly is going to make a full recovery, for which we're grateful. However, she was shot in the shoulder, and it's just a blessing she wasn't murdered when you see where all the gunshots were in the bed. Well, that's in the Lake Wells area. That's a rare occurrence in the unincorporated Lake Wells area. So what happened? 17 miles away, still in the greater Lake Wells area, and 17 minutes and 8 miles away, we have another shooting, January 2nd at 3:09 in the morning. There's 37 casings. 27 struck the house. Most struck the bedroom. And if having a 19-year-old young lady shot is not enough, in this house, there was a 14-year-old shot in the thigh and the buttocks, and a 12-year-old shot in the arm. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear how we started the new year with a shooting of 2 children lying in bed? Well, they were blessed in that they were treated and released. But here's the headboard where they were sleeping. And you notice that the bullet wounds are head high in the headboard. Well, for whatever reason, these kids were sleeping sideways in the bed. It's a God thing. So that's why they were shot in the arm and the buttocks as opposed to being shot in the head. We need help on this case as well as the other case. But here's the key to this one. There were 8 victims in this home. Not only were there 8 victims in the home, they just moved to this house in the Lake Pierce Ranchettes within the last couple of weeks. They moved from Auburndale. Prior to Auburndale, they were in Arkansas. Prior to them moving into this house, it had been vacant for months, as much as 7 or 8 months. There were relatives there for Christmas and New Year's. And these folks have nothing at all to do with the local scene or the local gangster operation. These folks were just neighbors. Neighbors. Here's what we do know. In the area, in the immediate vicinity of this house is another house. And in that particular area in the Ranchettes, it is a guy who's staying there with some relatives. Now, what's interesting about him is he was involved in an event last August in the city of Lake Wells, where a bunch of guys got to fussing and fighting over girls and video games. And ultimately, there was a shooting. And ultimately, the victim who was living in the area of this shooting shot and killed one of the suspects in Lake Wells. So we believe it's some of the people from the Lake Wells Police Department investigating shooting that wanted to retaliate against the person who was justifiable in their use of a firearm in that Lake Wells case. But what do these POSs do? They shoot up the wrong house. Did you hear what I said? They shot up the wrong house. Well, both houses are wrong to shoot up, but they didn't even hit the target's house. They hit these poor innocent people who just moved in from Auburndale. Before that were from Arkansas. They don't know beans from buttermilk about what's happening in the community. And they're shot full of holes.
A lot of context clues here.
Listen, folks, someone in the community knows all about this. We're making a Crime Stoppers plea. I want you to think about this. This is your 12 and 14-year-old child in bed asleep in their new home that they've obtained, minding their own business in the holidays. And some thugs come by trying to shoot up somebody else and shoot up these innocent people's homes. That's every indication we have at this early stage of the investigation.
So, like I said, man, when the Sun teens tell you they're gonna light your house up, you have to take it serious. And by taking it serious, I mean you have to go to the police, man.
Hey, the sheriff said that this isn't normal for this area. So is this a cause and effect of divesting, or is it the illegal invasion?
I don't know, but I do know that the only way to counter this is to call the police. Like, you cannot counter this by staying up all night in the window like Malcolm, waiting for some people to come by so you can return fire with your kids in there. The only way you can counter this is by calling the police.
But he said it was the wrong house. They were not even anticipating this.
Right. But all I'm saying is the people whose house they were going to shoot up, if they had gone to the right house, those people that may have been expecting this, there's only only way you can counter that is by calling the police. Now these people, they couldn't do anything because they were the wrong house. I'm just saying that if it was the right house. But it just goes to show you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that will shoot up the wrong house. So
thank God they use pistols instead of rifle rounds.
So they'll definitely shoot up the right house. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll shoot up the wrong house. And we see this all the time. We've done plenty of stories on them shooting up the wrong house. Something very, very common. They're different, man. These people are different.
No, we're all the same, brother.
No, this is different, man. It's just very different. But good thing that we get more sisters as judges, man.
To a landmark moment at the Michigan Supreme Court, a Black female justice has finally been sworn on to the state's highest court for the first time in its 185-year history.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Supreme Court Justice. Of the office of Supreme Court Justice. According to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability.
That is Justice Kyra Harris Bolden. Her appointment comes at a very significant time for Michigan Supreme Court. Just last year, the court had a number of key decisions. They ordered an abortion rights initiative to appear on the November ballot. They banned discrimination against LGBTQ people and ruled that one-person grand juries cannot issue indictments against state officials. That's a big deal, and it led to charges being dismissed against the former governor in connection with the Flint water crisis. So this term, the court also has a lot on its plate, and Justice Bolden's appointment is not only historic. Wait until you hear the story of her journey and her family's legacy of injustice in the hands of the legal system.
One day, this little girl came to me and said, Miss Kyra, can girls go to college? Wow. And I looked.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Who believes that?
No.
I'll take things that never happened for 200 on that.
They're doomed.
I need to know from the chat too. Chat. What if you believe that? Genetic Freak says, as a fellow Sun man, I can't let you nor Stunner not give yourselves credit. Y'all both seem like thorough Sun men. I'm sure y'all did well on gifted and talented tests before the Bantu DNA kicked in. Yeah, man.
Hey, but this sister's story, we've heard it. It's the same story. It's identical. I bet it's the same story as Kim Fox and Lori Lightfoot. I guarantee it.
I just want to know if anyone believes that.
This woman is heterosexual, so she's not like Kim Fox and Mayor Beetlejuice.
I wonder if you can define what a female is.
What do you mean? Kim Fox is married to a guy.
Oh, she is. I thought she was.
No,
she's
just tall.
She beat his
She's
ass.
as tall as a bitch. She's tall and ugly as a bitch. That's all.
Yeah, she's tall and real handsome in the chick.
Yeah, that's all.
But again, it's the same story.
Hey, do you think this justice, Supreme Court justice, even though it's state, can define what a female is?
Probably not.
Guarantee she can't. And she'd look at you stupid like she didn't understand what the fuck you talking about.
There you go, Stunner.
Right. Hey, one last comment before I'm gonna get out of here, Chief. But let me say this last thing. I bet her story is the same exact story as the judge who let that piece of shit guy in Riverside go that murdered the cop. Same story, I promise. Y'all be safe out there.
Peace, Wicked.
Good night.
Came to me and said, Miss Kyra,
Peace
can
out.
girls go to college? Wow. And I looked at her and I said, yes, I'm a girl, I'm in college. And she turns to the little girl next to her and says, see, I told you.
Little
That
girls
little girl
saw
slow.
themselves in Kyra Harris Bolden.
This has been a long journey for all of us.
Today, for the first time, they can look up and see what else they could be.
Kyra will be the first Black woman ever to serve on the Michigan Supreme Court. Kyra.
And with that, history was made as Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer appointed Bolden to the state's highest court.
185 years we've never had an African American woman on the
Incompetent
state's highest
people
court. It's about damn time.
passing on more incompetence.
Yeah, I mean, who cares if there's been an African American woman on this fucking Supreme
I
Court?
was about to say, when will some people learn that ish is so disrespectful and racist?
As long as it benefits them individually, they will use it every motherfucking time.
That's true.
I think Thomas Sowell covered that.
He did.
I mean, I'm happy that, you know, Black people are doing good, but come on, it's like 2023. We should be used to our people getting certain positions now. That's how I feel. Like we should just be used to it now.
Especially when it comes to politics. I mean,
Yeah, especially politics and
Come on,
things
man.
of that nature.
White liberals are the ones who constantly to highlight this.
And a 34-year-old Supreme Court justice.
That doesn't even sound right.
Yeah,
You're
that's
supposed to
kinda
have gray
ridiculous,
hair as a Supreme Court justice. You're supposed to have so much wisdom and experience. Yes, yes.
They're gonna have a Supreme Court justice that twerks.
Oh Lord! Oh my God!
Yep.
Oh, don't say that, because I can actually visualize that.
It's like the police chiefs and all that shit. They're
Oh,
put
my
in
God.
position because of the color of their skin and their sex.
Yeah, like to Marcy's point, Thomas Sowell covered. He covered affirmative action many times, and why it simply does not work, and not just in America.
Well, it works for individuals like this because they're in positions where they don't actually have to produce anything.
Real.
Yeah, I mean,
that's working.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, right.
That's a failure.
Yeah, when we say yeah, I know what you're saying, Stunner, but yeah, for the greater, and I know you know this, you're an intelligent man, but for the greater good of the country, man, it doesn't work.
No, this will not benefit the majority of the people in the state of Michigan.
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah.
And I was looking up the story of her great grandfather too.
Hold on, let me just play it.
To be appointed to the highest court in the state of Michigan and be responsible for some really important decisions.
What do you think makes you tear up?
Oh, because this means so much to so many people.
Justice Bolden's journey to this court, though, began nearly a century ago with a tragedy.
Jesse Lee Bond, my great-grandfather, was lynched in Tennessee in 1939 after asking a store owner for a receipt. And he was beaten and castrated and thrown into the local river.
Who believes that?
That's off the wall.
That he asked for a receipt.
For a receipt.
A receipt caused all of that. I don't know. I don't think that sound right.
Asking for a receipt caused all this.
What kind of store is this where gliders would do this to any customer? I
It's
don't
a
get
feed
that.
store. It's literally a farm store.
That's no way to get repeat business. This story sounds crazy.
Yeah, if you kill all your most gullible customers, because you know we're buying everything the white man sell it.
You told me this story is probably fake, and she pimped her dead ancestor story for. Oh my goodness!
Hey,
that happens a lot.
I was shocked.
I mean, I'm not saying people wasn't evil back then, but I just don't know about this story here. I don't know.
It doesn't add up.
I gotta read the news. I gotta read the whole thing.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
add up.
we got to ask Taz about this one.
I'm not that good at math, but this ain't mathing.
For a receipt.
Show me the receipts.
And then who asked for the receipt back then? Like, we don't ask for receipts now.
Exactly.
Great point.
Like that's what I said. Show me the receipts if this happened.
Just doesn't make sense. But this is the only version of this you can find other than the police report.
But if it happened, it happened. I don't know. We got to see what's going on.
Yeah, but still, to Mayo's and my point, man, I just don't feel comfortable someone that young being on the Supreme Court. It just doesn't make sense.
They just put somebody on the Supreme Court that is actively on Twitter and Instagram being a thought. Guarantee it.
I don't think she's a thought, though. I don't think she's.
If you look at how many of these young professional black, like, and I'm talking about in the like law and all this, they still do thoughty things even though they have husbands. They're still thirst trapping and still dressing inappropriate, even though they have very powerful positions in city and state government.
True, because they're still trying to hang on to that son
credibility.
You go. There you go.
And the influence through Instagram and the in the cloud and all that.
Assuming she passed the bar at 26 when she graduated law school, she's got 8 years experience.
That's crazy.
In the courts.
Right.
Well,
That's
you know,
crazy.
You don't have to be a lawyer.
And none as a judge.
You don't have to be a lawyer to be a judge. Did you know that?
Yeah, which is good. I think it's good.
But that only happens in very rare occasions.
Yo, I got a question. Do you think she knows that she was like just put in place there, or because I feel fucked up?
She doesn't care. I'm sure she probably knows. She's a chosen person out of a very backroom dealish situation.
When the info piles up, when her track record starts pile up, when we start to see what she's made of, someone's gonna make it known to her.
Well, it's just like I'd feel like, damn, I'm a fake. Like shit, I only got this job because I'm a black lady.
She in a lifetime bench seat starting out at $170 a year. She don't give a fuck.
Is that is it lifetime over there in Michigan?
It probably goes up to vote, but nobody ever gets voted out.
No, I don't think it's. No, she was appointed. It's probably a term. It's probably a term.
Yeah, but they usually have to get voted out. They have to run again, but nobody ever runs against them.
The other thing, like
that's how it works here.
You guys are speculating whether that story was true. It doesn't really matter. She shouldn't get a job because her great granddad got fucked up.
Well, we don't know if that's why she got the job. So. I mean, I don't know why she got the job.
Let me play it. Let me move on.
I know why she got it.
Jesse Lee Bonds, my great grandfather, was lynched in Tennessee in 1939 after asking the store owner for a receipt. And he was beaten and castrated and thrown into the local river. You
gotta mute yourself, Raz. We got a lot of background.
Oh, sorry, bro.
That was me.
In an accidental drowning.
You gotta mute yourself, Mom. She got a lot of background.
And as a result, his murderers walked free.
That injustice drove Bolden to law school.
Once I realized that was something that happened in my own family.
Less than 100 years ago.
Yeah. I just felt the need to be a part of the justice system and to go to law school and find my way in that.
Is your great...
I just think I just don't believe that story. I just don't.
I don't believe it either. And this conversation just makes me want to fucking
cringe,
blow my head off.
Why
I
she?
mean,
Why
the
she
thing
just
is that
couldn't? Why she couldn't just be honest and say, "I want to be a goat"?
Yeah,
Like, why
right.
you bringing up your great granddaddy? Like, my
You
great
know, how-
granddaddy half white. He own a car business.
they keep on bringing
I
up.
don't give a
They
flying
keep
flip.
on. They
you
keep
know how
on
many
So,
times
bringing
she
up
told that story
lynching.
too? Every single time she got interviewed, that story got
They
dropped on
keep on
someone's head.
bringing up lynching, and there were what 4,700 lynchings in the entire history of lynching. How many Sun people have been murdered this year or last year?
This year, in the 5 days, 4 days, it's probably, man, it's probably been fucking 200 black people murdered already this year. 300 black people murdered this year. Listen, man. I just, and I'm gonna go to Taz exclusive channel so we can see these lynchings. Most lynchings were the guys were already arrested, and the lynch mob came to the jail
Yeah.
and took them out of the jail. The Emmett Till was a rare event. It usually was they took the guy out of the jail because they wanted to just punish him, make sure he got a real stiff penalty for what he did.
System and to go to law school and find my way.
And she also acts like anybody who finds out that their grandfather was lynched could be a lawyer. The law students are high achievers. They're people who get good grades. Those kids that are going to go into law school are really good students. You can't just be a fucking middling student, find out your great grandfather got lynched, and then fucking be a lawyer.
In that.
Is your great grandfather's lynching the reason you believe you became a lawyer?
It was definitely a large part of it.
She would go on to serve 2 terms in the state legislature and then take a leap, a chance at making history.
We need to make sure that we have justices on our Michigan Supreme Court that believe in equal justice under the law.
She didn't win that race, but when a seat on the court opened up this summer, she was the governor's first choice.
Thank you, and thank you very much.
Oh, so she was granted.
Yes. See,
She's
the voters said, no, thank you.
No.
Yeah.
And they
Because
went around the voters.
She's never
Because
even
she's
been
not
a
qualified.
lawyer. She's
Yeah.
never even been a lawyer. She's a poli-sci major that went through law school.
Oh wow.
Man,
I'd be
I'd
surprised if she actually passed the fucking bar or even took it.
I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if she did. Because now that we know that her background is actually in politics, I don't think that she actually passed the bar. She probably didn't even take the motherfucker.
If she didn't pass the bar, she's a lawyer. That is insane.
It's sickening.
Well, I think it's messed up that all these firsts for black women are diversity hires.
Oh, affirmative action all the way.
I'd
All
be
asterisks.
embarrassed.
They're all
Yeah,
asterisk
man.
positions.
Yup.
And
Yeah, it's like,
they
ugh.
do not care at all. As long as the asterisks keep getting put on their board.
Oh
So y'all think every black woman that
Joe
was hired?
Joe
the first black-
Biden's
yeah.
press secretary was a fucking affirmative action hire, man.
The vice president nobody voted for her.
She
I don't
ran-
like
Put her in.
Kamala Harris.
Harris, she ran against Joe Biden and called him
No,
a racist and a
Kamala
rapist.
did. Kamala did
Biden
it more
said he
old-
wanted a black female vice president, and then
No,
he picked
Kamala
Kamala.
did it way more old school, man. She slept her way to the top.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Because
I
Biden
respect that.
Mayo Biden knew that Biden knew the Sun people would eat that up, and they're very predictable. So that's why he said he wanted a Sun woman as VP.
And it sucks that he was right.
Oh,
Whenever
100% right.
After that mess on Charlamagne's radio show, you gotta be shitting me. Y'all
Yeah.
ate that up.
Whenever any leftist gets in trouble, what pale lefty gets in trouble, they turn and start promising things to sister girls.
Yes.
Every time.
She scares me because the same. She's probably one of those black women that say we need to protect black women. Yet she's gonna make sure Pookie and Ray Ray get out with no bail
And beat up their
serve
girlfriend.
the shortest time in jail, knowing that they murder black women at the highest rate,
So
knowing
here's
that the number one cause for black women deaths while they pregnant is due to murder.
If you're a Sun woman who has an order of protection in Michigan, you're in trouble.
Here's what she did before she got hit. She said, after becoming a member of the state bar, so she did pass the bar exam, Bolden practiced as a criminal defense attorney. She then served as a judicial law clerk in Wayne County's Third Circuit Court under the Honorable Judge John A. Murphy, the longest serving judge and longest serving elected African American judge in the state of Michigan. So she did pass the bar, and she did practice as a lawyer.
Yeah, she's on. Yeah, she did.
I mean, the problem is that
that would be crazy.
they're appointing all these defense attorneys as judges now.
Yeah, that's and they're criminal friendly. The what's your face? What's the girl Katanji? She was a public defender.
The other thing too is a lot of these.
Emerson, not yet.
I was gonna say a lot of these chicks put in place to like fix the so-called black community are from like some bougie shit, so they don't even really know what's going on.
She don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
Right.
5 months old, too young to know the history her mother has made.
Emerson, in just a few generations, our family has gone from lynching to law school, from injustice to a capital J justice.
From
The most racist country in the world. Imagine that.
Justice is really just, it's amazing. It's amazing that we can make this type
To
of
your
progress
point, Mayo,
for our family.
if the media
What do you
was
see people
honest,
who look at the
they
state
would
of
ask her that
racism in
question.
America today.
Well,
Okay, how many people think she's married to a glider?
She's married to a Sun man. They had him up there with her.
Yeah, they was. Yeah.
She married to a Sun man. I mean,
She,
which is rare.
she probably almost would have got married to a glider.
Yeah, she just probably knew that it wasn't a good look.
Give her another 6 or 7 years.
Yeah. So here's listen, man. I just this whole lynching thing. They're still like pushing the lynching shit. It's just fucking insane that they're still pushing the lynching thing. It's just fucking insane.
And don't see it as enough progress.
It's not. It's not enough. It's absolutely unacceptable that in 2022 we are just now having the first black woman on the Michigan Supreme Court. There has never been a black woman that's been a governor in the United States history.
So
Who gives a fuck? Man.
So I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Talk about something that makes me cringe. I can't stand hearing people talk like that.
Yeah, it's really.
I wonder what the other future girl's gonna say. My great granddaddy was shot by Pookie and Ray Ray in a drive-by shooting. Like, seriously.
They never say that.
That's what they're gonna have to say now. Because that's
Yeah,
how
but
some people are dying.
To her
I
point,
see
that
a future
that
Justice
narrative-
Floyd in the future, way down the road.
No, but to her point, that this line of reasoning and rationale to move up the corporate ladder is running out fast.
Yep, because when the gliders go, this whole little gravy train goes with them.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, this compassion won't exist when we're a minority country.
Yep.
She looks so happy.
Oh, she honestly believes that she deserves to be in that seat.
Because she's a black woman.
At 34
A
years
dark-skinned
old.
black woman. You gotta put dark-skinned black woman.
Okay, I got the lynching stats wrong. It was 3.5, 3,500 were Sun men. The rest, the other 1,200 were gliders.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
Right?
3,500 were sun people.
It's not acceptable, but we still have to work hard and we still have to try to break down these barriers.
And 2022.
What barriers?
It took till now to get the first black woman on the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yes.
You know, when you think about Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, just a
That
few
no
months
neck
before
ugly
you.
woman.
Yes.
I'm sorry, God, forgive
It's
me.
one of those moments where you know it's possible. right? The same way that people have said that they look at me, same way I look at her.
Really?
I mean, she's amazing, but she is a representation of what is possible.
Why wouldn't Thurgood
Bolden
Marshall
will
be
be
representation of
unique on
that?
this court.
Exactly.
Why they
Exactly.
you notice they separate black men and black women. They love championing black women, but black men they just get discarded.
They just get
No,
dismissed.
black conservatives.
Definitely no black conservatives.
But
They get nuked.
Thurgood
It
Marshall,
don't matter
he was
what the gender. Black conservatives, period.
Thurgood Marshall was not a conservative. He was, you know what I mean, your run-of-the-mill liberal at the time, and they remove him because ultimately he's male.
Well, nowadays he's black conservative nowadays.
But they don't need black dudes like they used to. They swapped them out. The only time they use a black dude is if he gets killed by a cop.
That's Marx's playbook.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine what go through Clarence Thomas's head every time Jackson comes into the room. He's like, "This bitch." I know you didn't work as hard as I did to get this job.
Nope.
As the only justice who was previously a state lawmaker. So that also, though, opens the door to other critics who say, well, you're a Democrat, you're partisan. You served in the legislature, you ran as a Democrat. How do you shed that?
All judges and justices have personal points of view. So I don't think I'm different in that. My job as a justice is to interpret the laws.
We have the opportunity to protect justice for generations to come. Did you know that?
In a fitting full circle, she will fill the seat of Chief Justice Bridget McCormick, whose campaign was the first she worked on a decade ago.
The state is getting a smart, savvy, and hardworking public servant as its newest justice.
I know the weight of this job. I know what it means. It's
No, you
always
don't. You have
been
no fucking idea.
my goal to pull people with me. Vice President Kamala said, maybe the first, but not the last, right? And that's just kind of the mantra that I live by.
What an honor to sit with her. And I have to mention Alpha Kappa Alpha. We talk so much about the barriers that she's
It's not that hard to say,
AK,
lady.
along with
She couldn't wait to say that, and she fucked it up. She couldn't wait to say that and fucked it up when it came.
She probably messed it up on purpose to act like she just saw like Lost in the South with black people.
No, she didn't fuck that up on purpose. She couldn't wait to get on TV and say that she had been around some ski weed, aka she couldn't wait to do all that, and she fucked it up.
It's true. They probably gave her honorary jacket and shit. Ski weed.
You stupid.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with me today.
Oh my
First and
God,
foremost, I
man.
would like to wish you.
So yeah, man.
Her great granddad like a little boy. So what, they killed him when he was a child, or was he a grown man?
Maybe his pullout game was awful.
He asked for a receipt, though. I know that was what he got killed for.
He asked for a receipt.
Yeah, be careful you don't ask for the.
Can I have a receipt? I'm gonna chop your nuts off and hang you and throw you in the river.
No, they started shooting at him. According to the family, they started shooting at him in the store after they came back.
So I think he robbed the place.
Exactly. This motherfucker.
Yeah.
He tried to return some stolen shit. Like, oh no, I ain't got the receipt.
We know shit wasn't that bad. We know for a fact shit wasn't that bad. Like we know no shit wasn't that bad. Like as much as we've overcome. I mean, much as we've talked about these things on Taz Exclusives community tab and all the old history we've gone over. This notion that black people was just asking for receipts and getting like castrated in the store, it's just that's horse shit, man.
She looked like him though. I give him that.
It's just crazy. Let's see what else we got going on here, man. Oh, okay. Here you go. Good one. Yeah.
Hey, Glider's got one on the board in Utah, man, for mass
What do you mean?
shootings.
More big.
Oh, okay. Put it in the back chat.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a family thing. Killed everybody in the house.
Oh. And
Yeah, that's y'all thing too.
yeah, y'all do the shit.
Some people do it, but y'all do it.
Yeah, but
A lot.
that doesn't count, Mayo, because it's internalized. It didn't affect anyone outside of the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
it's
stray
a
bullets.
domestic, man.
That's why y'all
You got to put an
population ain't
asterisk
growing.
by
Y'all killing each other.
But it speaks to them, though. They don't. At least they don't bring their issues out to the general public.
It's got to be more. Well, how about that guy in Las Vegas, though? Come on. We can get on the board sometimes.
Yeah, that's a
We
weird
still got
shit.
Dahmer.
More big news now. This is coming from Portsmouth. The city manager is out of a job.
Tanya Chapman lasted just about 6 months before City Council
Sound
decided
like a
to fire
sun
her.
woman.
The former police chief started the job back in June. Today, Council voted 5-2 to let her go. So where did things go wrong, and who will replace her for the time being? 10 on your side, Andy Fox is live now in Portsmouth.
Is this the twerking
with that,
one?
Andy?
No, but this woman is incompetent.
Yeah, it goes
Guarantee
back
you,
to the
every
November
job she
elections,
had.
and 2 new council members were elected in November, and they formed an alliance with 3 council members already on council, and that's 5 votes. And they, at that point, wanted to have a new city manager.
The new slogans: share if you care, encourage communities to share information.
Last July, Tanya Chapman had great enthusiasm for bringing together the Portsmouth community. Today, Councilman Bill Moody led the charge to fire Tanya Chapman.
I move that we terminate city manager Tanya Chapman for willfully engaging in conduct which is demonstrably
I hear some static.
injurious to the city.
Static.
Yes, I hear some.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
It's the audio level from the original video.
Oh, it's them. You think it's them?
Yeah.
But could you imagine the kahunas on these people to think they're gonna fire a sister? Like these people had to have like they had to have mulled this over like 1,000 times before they could even think about doing this shit. Oh, let me just see. Tell me if it's static on this video. I can see if it's the video.
That victim, just 18 years old, and police say her ordeal started when she got on.
A little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the hey, God damn it, hit me with this.
While you fixing that lady, she looked like if King fucked Peel and they had a baby.
Shout out to Alan Lindsay. He's been clowning. Might sound like water dropped in hot grease.
When she got on in Harlem. Police are looking for this man accused of trying to rape an 18-year-old inside a subway car on the
Sound good, just a little low.
What's so funny? What's so funny?
Look at this motherfucker.
Yeezy back.
And notice the real psycho ones always got that chin up when they're walking or getting their picture taken. Always.
Now he would have got lynched back in the day.
He should be lynched
Attempted rape.
today.
Yeah, for raping. He would have got lynched back in the day.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
That victim, just 18 years old, and police say her ordeal started when she got on this 2 train, and the suspect approached her when she got on in Harlem. Police are looking for this man accused of trying to rape an 18-year-old inside a subway car on the southbound 2 train. The man, described to be in his mid-30s, was
Ooh, that
spotted on
sounds scary.
NTS cameras carrying a McDonald's bag and a drink, wearing bright red sneakers and dark clothing.
If there's an issue that the police are noticing, we can pull up cameras immediately to a particular location.
The MTA transit chief tells me just 2 weeks ago, these cameras are crucial in getting alleged criminals off the streets, and they're working on getting cameras on every subway car by 2025.
We're now at about 330 cameras in our subway cars, and we are in the process, which exhausted our inventory, and we're in the process now of procuring new cameras for the old cars.
Police say this man tried to strike up a conversation with the victim, and when she ignored his advances,
Look like Dame Dash in the
followed
face.
closely on the train car, exposing himself. When the 18-year-old tried to get away, investigators say he grabbed her, tried to pull her pants down, but the victim fought him off with
Look,
pepper
he got McDonald's and he got a little drink, man.
Yeah, he brought his lunch to the job.
Raping makes you hungry, man.
Yeah. He was expecting an all-day affair there.
That pack of lunch gonna rape her, man. Shit.
She did. She must had to really fight him back pretty good because this is a big guy.
Yeah.
She had
spray.
pepper
A
spray,
stranger
I
came to her
guess.
aid, helping her to another train car.
Hopefully this can knock someone out.
Clutching a metal water bottle from
Oh my God, this fucking white woman.
Girl, that man would kill you.
Can't get mad at her for trying.
The plastic handle would break off as soon as the thing got full swing.
Yo, I hate to have Thanksgiving with her ass.
If
Every
that
holiday she's gonna bring that up.
If that were a can of bear spray, maybe.
Exactly.
All he gotta do is slap her real hard. She knocked out.
Yeah, it's a rizzle. She get a good slap on that chin.
Slap her.
Metal water bottle for
Smash.
protection. 18-year-old Anna Joy is always apprehensive about getting on the train.
Constantly, I think about it. I mean, like, I've been followed and I've been catcalled.
The MTA maintains more police presence on their platforms is helping deter crime, while riders are telling us the problem is when the NYPD is not there.
I myself have seen people expose themselves to women as they're walking by at this very station.
And yet you keep voting for who?
Cracking down on that type of thing is really important.
Well, see, in the interest of equity,
Get off the subway here at 40.
in the interest of equity in New York, they cannot have plainclothes cops anymore. And
That was
so
a huge loss.
So therefore, the criminals know, hey, there's no uniform around. I guess I could do what I need to do.
Yeah.
Hey, and they're just seeing down there in the subway what they're searching on Pornhub. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're doing their job, but it used to be you'd see homeless guys suddenly put on badges. Like there'd be a guy like laying in the corner, and you'd think, oh, he's like some homeless bum, and suddenly something happens. He puts on a badge and like runs. It springs into action. You know.
And he's on you. Yeah.
But not anymore. Everybody they all have to have like giant like fluorescent signs that say, you know, cop.
Well, they got cameras now, so you can tape the rapes and shit and catch them
But that
afterwards.
doesn't stop. That doesn't afterwards, exactly. Afterwards.
Yeah, but we got it on tape though.
That makes me wonder: do people really feel safe when they see a camera?
Oh
hell no! You just get you get to
chance
relive
of
it.
my ass winding up on the internet getting killed.
Yeah.
Instead of it being done in private.
I want my ass to be on record.
Now you're gonna be on TikTok getting gut stomped.
Yeah. This is what it is, man. But sisters, like I want to get back to this. Sisters are responsible for this
More
shit
big
too.
news now. This is coming from Portsmouth. The city manager is out of a job.
Tanya Chapman lasted just about 6 months before City Council decided to fire her. The former police chief started the job back in June. Today, Council voted 5-2 to let her go. So where did things go wrong, and who will replace her for the time being? 10 on your side's Andy Fox is live now in Portsmouth with that. Andy?
Yeah, it goes back to the November elections, and 2 new council members were elected in November, and they formed an alliance with 3 council members already on council, and that's 5 votes. And they, at that point, wanted to have a new city manager.
The new slogans: share if you care, encourage communities to share information.
Last July, Tanya Chapman had great enthusiasm for bringing together the Portsmouth community. Today, Councilman Bill Moody led the charge to fire Tanya Chapman.
I move that we terminate city manager Tanya Chapman for willfully engaging in conduct which is demonstrably injurious to the city, monetarily or otherwise.
Portsmouth is winning, and we are going to continue to win in 2023.
In closed session, Portsmouth Mayor Shannon Glover read from these notes 10 on your side obtained that Chapman had a failure to perform duties that included a lack of trust, poor hiring practices, and lack of fiscal responsibility. According to newly elected Vice Mayor.
Right.
He's incompetent, man.
And think about what they had to go through. Like this is not something they took on like, hey, we're gonna fire this sister. All right, everybody, tomorrow the sister's fired. There was a lot of behind the scenes consternation, man. Cause you gotta literally, if you're gonna fire a sister publicly like this, everyone has to be prepared to lose their job.
Oh,
Or
and
be
the
branded
city's
racist.
law section has to approve all that shit too.
They couldn't have done it if they had a glider, Mayor. I'll tell you that.
It's just crazy, man. These sisters are so powerful, man. You never really see this.
Mayor Lisa Lucas Burke, Chapman offered to resign if she were given $400,000, which is part of her contract if she is fired within 1 year without cause. She's only been on board 6 months.
She did not accept the resignation because we determined that there was no severance because of the things that we had seen. There was no need to offer a severance.
So she was willing to resign for the $400,000?
Yes.
Councilman DeAndre Barnes, who was vice mayor and supported Chapman to be city manager, is now finding himself in the minority vote on council. Today, the new majority flexed its muscle.
They flexed, and that's what they did, and I'm totally okay with that.
Like he sells used Cadillacs.
And look at this fool with a damn earring in his ear.
And that's how they got the idiot, incompetent city manager.
Right.
Through that idiot and whatever idiot that allied with him before.
And like we said, Stunner, just a few minutes ago, some people get in these positions and still want to hold on to son behavior.
Yep.
Because because they don't have to let go. They've been pushed up the whole thing. It's like,
I mean, it's fine for him to wear that earring on his personal time, but you don't come in a professional situation looking like you in the club.
yeah, he looks like he'd be at church talking about I was a man of the earth, but now I'm better.
Yeah, man.
He like the pastor.
Chapman was not available for comment tonight, nor was interim city manager Mimi Terry. She wasn't available either, and she was actually fired by Tanya Chapman. And now suddenly she's finding herself the top person in an interim capacity in the city of Portsmouth. In Portsmouth, Andy Fox, 10 on your side.
It's a little hater shit.
Our team coverage begins with Keith Daniels.
She fired the previous lady, probably because she was competent. Fired her, and then now that woman's installed back in the position.
They gave her $500,000 to leave too, bro.
No, they did.
Oh, they
That's
did.
That's why it was it's so important that they got the votes to remove her through that way, because they rejected her plea that I'll just leave if you give me my money. They're like, nah.
All right, I was about to say, damn.
That's good.
Yeah, $400,000. That's a nice severance package to me.
Our team coverage begins with Keith Daniels, though. He joins us live with how Ivan Bates could change the city's crime fight. Keith?
Well, Mary, we're live at the War Memorial right across the street from City Hall. Now, Ivan Bates' swearing-in ceremony happens tomorrow morning and tonight. What happens after what he calls the big day?
From one corner in downtown Baltimore to another, residents responding to change.
I think it's a good thing. I think that we need that in the city.
Marilyn Mosby out, Ivan Bates in as the city's new top prosecutor. People who live in the city, like Gary Johnson, expecting Bates to make a difference for the better.
I think that we need that in the city because sometimes I'm out in the city around different neighborhoods, and I feel as if I feel unsafe.
On the eve of his swearing-in ceremony, Bates doubling down on his promise to be tough on crime. Bates was at the new Metropolitan Baptist Church for worship service Monday morning. Afterwards, he faced our questions about what we can expect when he becomes the new city state's attorney, including what kind of relationship he will have with police compared to what we've seen in the past under Mosby's administration.
It's a new day. I'm judging the police. They're here to do their job. I'm here to do my job. But it's like a marriage. And instead
Why
of
does
being
he say he judging? Why's the first thing he talking about is judging the police?
Yeah,
And this is Eric Adams too.
exactly. This isn't any change.
You ain't gonna see nothing fucking different out of this fool.
Leave my guy alone. Y'all go see change.
You know this guy?
You know, I've been speaking him up for a couple weeks now. He's going to be different, y'all. Just watch. I'm gonna keep covering him. It's gonna be different.
I hope so, for real. If not,
I hope so too.
yeah, I ain't trying to see people fuck up.
I have no hope, and I don't get how.
I mean, I don't live in Baltimore, but I still hope he do a good job.
Let's see what happens.
It's just not likely. Like we've been fooled so many times before. You're asking for us to this time is going to be different. It's like, nah, it's not going to be different this time.
Understood.
The first
I'm
thing
not
he
betting on the
said
dude.
was about the police. Like, how can you be a district attorney and the first thing you say is about how you're watching the police?
WP thinks that Lucy's gonna hold the football down this time.
My God.
Good one, Stunner.
in a big house, living in separate wings. We're going to be in the same house together for the same mission.
Bates replaces Mosby after she lost a re-election bid in the Democratic primary. Mosby's been in office since 2015. In 2020, she decided to stop prosecuting crimes that she considered low level, including drug possession and prostitution. Bates has said he plans to reverse that progressive policy. He says he'll set a much different tone about crime in the city, including cracking down on criminals with stiffer sentences.
Well, if you're breaking the law, you're going to walk around with illegal handguns on the streets. Bring your toothbrush with you because we're going to send you to jail. That's very, very important. If you have an illegal gun, if you're a felon and you want to carry an illegal gun, we're going to invoke mandatory minimums. We're going to be very, very tough on illegal handguns. People will go to jail.
Back downtown, more on Bates and those hoping for the best.
I just hope that whoever we are potentially putting away as criminals actually truly get reformed.
Rehabilitated. I knew.
Public, instead of just having that cyclical process of reincarceration.
This
He's stupid.
This idiot.
And
what's
I'm
wrong
going
with
broke
him?
from the squeegee boys.
Several conversations with the mayor about many things. Andy says he expects them both to be on the same page moving forward.
But like, bro, you got to put
First
some
thing you need
bass
to
in
do
your
is
voice.
go
when
after
you
them
come on
squeegee
here.
boys.
Why do they care so much about them getting rehabilitated and they got 50 freaking years?
Because
They don't want to be
because they know they're
don't wanna
not
be-
capable of punishing them.
They don't want to be called racist.
Right.
They too scared. They're too scared to punish them.
Yeah,
So
they don't want to be
hope-
called
they just-
racist.
They just hope
this
they
guy-
change.
The
This guy
pasties are
thinks that
low key.
the high recidivism rate is racist.
Right. He knows he might not, but he's scared to say lock their behinds up and keep them in there.
Nah, he wouldn't say that. He's too agreeable.
No,
He
the
thinks
pasty.
he's like a battered wife. They think they can change. No, he ain't changing.
I
Yo,
mean,
they
I
think the
agree that you want them to get rehabilitated if they about to get out. I mean, I'm all for that, but I mean, that wouldn't be the first thing on my mind in a city where the murder rate is just so high. You just
Right.
want them to get
Off
locked
the
up.
streets. Right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And then once they get to you and your cohorts, then we can kind of deal with rehabilitation if that's what they want.
Yeah, they gotta want that.
Yes.
You cannot.
They low key white
rehabilitate-
supremacists though, man. The pasties, they so they can't say to just lock them away. They were like, hey, we gotta fix this thing. It's
I
if
agree.
they say just lock them up, they feel like they're better.
The Gliders
They're exposed.
unfortunately have been punked into that mindset. Mayo's he's an outlier.
Oh yes.
This is
Teachers are stepping away from their careers at a record rate, often because of pay or bureaucracy. But many will tell you there's another issue to blame: the growing lack of respect and the behavior that follows. They flood your social media feeds moments after they happen. From fights between students at school, on the court, assaults on teachers, beatdowns at the bus stops, all of it caught on camera.
People call it clout, like when they get the video.
It's personally sad to me that kids think it's better to stand and record a fight than to help end a fight. But that's like not a public education problem. That's like a societal problem that we see in micro form in the schools.
Valerie Gilson has taught in classrooms for the last 8 years, from California to Kentucky.
Make sure that you're looking at the expectations chart that I posted.
She says videos like these put the public education system in a negative light, but are not representative of the entire student body.
There's more than what is being displayed right now. So
The
like,
illiteracy rate
there's a
reflection.
context that caused all of this to happen.
Oh, Baltimore,
and
no doubt.
Judgment needs to be withheld until the context is understood.
She teaches
Shut up.
11th and 12th grade English, where she works to build relationships with her students.
Our principal at Central High School has a saying that like kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
When students act out, Gilson tries not to take it personally.
I always try to keep in mind I'm inheriting 11 or 12 years of problems that kids have encountered in public education, and I'm representing a teacher that they've had for 11 or 12 years. So like they're not coming in as blank slates. I'm not coming in as a blank slate. And so that's always going to affect how discipline works.
It's especially true for students who've witnessed trauma, whether a sudden death, a divorce, violence in their neighborhood, even bullying.
My God.
Maybe my mom's sick. Maybe my brother just died. It's not like something you can just get over.
When you're trying to reach academically a young person who is dealing with trauma, your approach has to be slightly different. Entrepreneurship, that's awesome.
Omar Morris has years of experience.
That's neat, son.
As a professional school counselor. He's watched as depression and anxiety levels among students have hit all-time highs.
It's just being aware and sensitive. Our young people are dealing with a lot of things. Give them an ear. Don't dismiss what they're saying, because however their perception is, that's their truth.
He says schools have a responsibility to train their teachers on trauma-informed care and increase mental health professionals on staff when possible.
A lot of the behavior issues you see are just young people trying to figure out, hey, where do I fit in here? Hey, who considers me important? Hey, who loves me? It's what they're really searching for.
I think if teachers maybe
think he Bunny Colvin or
connect
something?
more with the students, that would be able to fix the problem. But it's hard to do.
Bunny Colvin was the man. That was one of my favorite characters.
He was.
You know, when
He
you
was.
have 25 students a class, everyone with a different story.
It's not a one size fits all. Like I think that's like the great deceit of public education is that one size will fit everybody when like no person is the same.
But it's something both Gilson and Morris can agree is well worth the time and effort.
It's hard, but the hard is not discouraging. Matter of fact, on many levels, the hard is why we do what we do. I know from the outside, it can be difficult to see, but this is a very honorable profession.
We're
Keep doing
seeing
what you
on
do.
the outside what this,
Keep doing what you
the
do.
results of this are.
What you're doing here locally, Jason
Every day.
is working to improve student
Yeah,
behavior.
kids getting robbed on the outside. They never mention the parents fucking up or the parent fucking up whenever they're talking about
Yeah, they
this.
never talk about the parents.
That's the problem. And they're doing that on purpose.
It's parent, not parents.
Yeah, because
I
some
mean, I don't
some
know, parent, whatever. They just never bring them up. Like, they never talk about them.
some of the things that they were saying is true though. I mean, because those children are dealing with things that they shouldn't be dealing with at that age.
Because of the
That's-
parent.
That's that, and that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're not going to ever address the root cause, which we know is the parent or the parents. But a lot of that, what they were saying is true. It's hard for any person, let alone a child, to be able to your brain to be functioning as a sponge, to learn when you're dealing with so much trauma.
When you hungry.
Before you get there, while you're there, and knowing once you leave there. That's why I
Well,
say you gotta separate. You gotta separate the one, and they're not gonna do this either. But just like the bar did, they took all of the bad children out of the classroom, and then when the bad children were gone, it allowed the other children to learn. And then once you separate the bad ones from the good ones, then you can do an either further filtering process when you have your bad ones. Then when you have your bad ones, you can see, okay, which ones were just acting out and which ones are the ones that we know we just have to deal with them in a separate manner. But a few of them, one or two of them who were labeled bad, when you're going to be able to see, okay, like in the what we're talking about, like naming, they actually have potential. They just have to be in the right environment.
Teachers tell all.
I
Every
agree.
day, I
Good
had to
point.
talk myself into going into work.
The NBC 10 investigators surveyed hundreds of school teachers.
Aggression between kids is a real issue.
What they told us reveals trouble in the classroom.
If parents knew truthfully what went on in the schools, there would be repercussions.
Philadelphia schools' district-wide test results show that when it comes to math, science, and literacy, tests don't crack 50% proficiency. That's according to performance testing results district-wide. The NBC 10 investigators, we wanted to understand exactly what was standing in the way of learning. And the first thing that we learned was that teachers are stressed.
Philadelphia school teachers say they're risking their jobs to talk to us.
I have high school kids who read at a kindergarten level.
They wanted to explain why test scores for literacy, math, and science remain low inside Philadelphia's schools.
We're asked to teach to the test. They will come right out and tell you, if it's not a test-taking skill, don't teach it.
Some blamed classroom disruptions.
Chaos. I can describe it as students running around the school like a pack of wolves all day long.
Some pointed to class size.
In my experience, once you pass 20 kids, that's when you start to see a lot of the problem behaviors.
More than 500 Philadelphia school teachers took our Teachers Tell All survey. The survey
Good
found
night, y'all.
almost 60% say they have
Good night.
considered
Good
leaving
night.
the profession in the last
Peace,
2
peace.
years.
Everything is dictated to you. You have basically no say. It's almost as if we're reading from a script.
They described a disconnect between teaching to students' needs and abilities and teaching to a state test.
How can you teach a child at the 9th grade level when he can't even comprehend on the 4th grade level?
In our survey, teachers identified the biggest hurdle to staying in the classroom. Number one, with 41%, is stress associated with demands on teachers. Number two, student behavior. Pay was third. The current pay scale for Philadelphia teachers is between $46,000 and $84,000. That depends on education and experience. 35% of teachers surveyed said a raise is the number one thing that would get them to stay.
The rate of teacher quitting is about double that of professors, for instance. It's even higher than nurses. It's even a little higher in police, which surprised me.
Richard Ingersoll is an education and sociology professor at the University of Pennsylvania. His research shows more than 40% of teachers nationwide leave teaching within 5 years of entering it.
It's not that we produce too few, it's that we lose too many.
The district says most of its teachers stay, and records given to the Department of Education by the district over the last 5 years show that more than 90% of teachers stay in their jobs. But the head of the Philadelphia Teachers Union does not believe that number.
I don't believe that it's 90%. Particularly.
So it's
all this is a waste of time.
The teachers have it worse than the fucking kids, man. Because the teachers are they're victims, man, in this fucking place. They're fucking huge victims. And
Yeah, they can lose everything.
Yeah, the kids are victimizing them, man.
Yeah.
It's just insane, man.
The administration's victimizing them too.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
because it's a
school
money
boards.
game.
And you know who else? The main culprit? The teacher union.
No, the main culprit is the fucking parents, and until they start saying some shit about it, like it's, they might as well.
Sure.
I'd rather
The thing
watch someone
is,
jerk off. This is ridiculous.
You take a school of 1,200 kids. If you remove 100 kids, you'll improve that school.
Yes. That's why I said the teacher union. Yes, the root cause will always be the parent, no doubt about it. But as far as the teachers are concerned, when you take it a level up, it's the teacher union because they won't get those bad children out of those classrooms.
Well,
They
because
want the money.
they're
It's a
they're
vicious
so to
cycle, I
the
guess.
they're married to the
Yeah, it's a
Democrat
cycle.
Party.
It's a cycle.
Yes.
Like they
Yeah.
can't get rid of those kids. It's not like that they would, but the prospect of getting rid of those kids is so much into it. Racism, bias. The
Well,
teacher's gonna be racist. Everybody's
but
racist.
that teacher believed that too. That one you showed earlier, that woman.
It's called that white lady.
She's a full blown cult member.
Oh man, she's
Oh
gonna.
yeah.
I guarantee she's gonna get fucked by a student in 4 years.
But what
Within 4
happens
years.
is, Mayo, that I believe the teachers get indoctrinated in that mess.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Oh yeah.
before every school session and even during the school session, they have the teachers only conferences.
Workshops
And
and yeah.
there you go, ding, 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 and they're feeding them into this, and especially with
Yep.
the younger teachers,
Oh
they're
yeah,
indoctrinated. Yeah, they're indoctrinating them to actually believe that crap.
those teachers conferences are nothing but fucking Marxist struggle sessions.
There you go.
Honestly.
Those
Yeah,
kids,
no, you're right.
don't forget those kids know how to shine teachers like her on. They know how to put on a front. I mean they're street, they're hood, so they know how to use that to their advantage to get one over on somebody. And
I don't
she's
think there
a-
should be any female teachers.
I don't think females should talk. So yeah, I'm right there with you.
One of the I always say, Mossy, one of the greatest things that this some population has is manipulation skills.
Exactly.
And that goes with charisma.
That too, they have
Yeah.
that too.
You know?
Yep.
True.
And the average person, especially gliders, want to take someone at face value as any normal human being would. And some people know that, and they know that we've talked about this, some people consider things that normal human beings naturally do for good as a weakness.
Well, you also got to think about the implication of not taking them, not by suspecting them of actually being bad. Because then, well, if you recognize them as being bad, what do you do after that? And many of them they don't want to answer that question because they know at best they'll probably get called racist, but at worst they're gonna find out something about themselves that tells them, oh shit, I'm dealing with a predator. I need to handle him right. They need to be handled right now and without remorse. Because if I don't do anything right now, they're gonna run amok. But they don't want to answer that question. They don't want to approach that.
Because they know they can't do anything at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're over here just coping, just lying to themselves to eat.
They're literally just lying to themselves till they can hit retirement.
It's the testing, like yo.
A Richmond family is searching for answers tonight after their loved one was shot and killed during a robbery in broad daylight.
Police say this happened at a pharmacy on South 9th Street and Jackson Road. There, they say a man posed as a utility worker and held the workers at gunpoint. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is learning more about the victim as his family grieves this tragic loss. Bryce.
The widow of that victim is just heartbroken tonight. Keith and Daniela, she worked with her husband at that pharmacy, and she watched as the gunman stormed the business before shooting and killing her husband and the father of their two children.
Jesus
Christ. Tiana Gates and her 6 and 8-year-old boys are in disbelief
That's not coming back.
after the sudden and cold-blooded killing of their husband and father.
I always put family first. That was his motto. My family comes first before anything.
Around 12:30 Tuesday, Richmond police say this man, posing as a utility worker, walked into the pharmacy just blocks from City Hall.
He's like, we need to come in and fix the water, some busted pipe.
But minutes later, the same man returned, Gates says, with an AR-style weapon, demanding medicine, money, and phones.
I thought I was gonna die. I was thinking of ways to, try to escape, what I was gonna do, how I was gonna do it.
Her husband told her to run for help. She called 911 from a neighboring business, but before police arrived, the gunman took her husband's life and took off.
You don't?
That pharmacy looked rough.
Yeah, man.
So the bars, I was like, oh crap.
Man, I'd have thrown him all the oxys. Like, here, man, just take it, go. You want Viagra? All day, everything. Take it all.
Shit.
Bars, go, everything.
Adderall and Oxy and Viagra. That's exactly what he was looking for.
I just start filling up shit. No, ain't no running. Just here, man. Just go.
Don't. So I just know I got kids to live for. You know, he sacrificed his life for mine.
Now she hopes someone will come forward to help her family move forward.
You never know what he's able to do after that in broad daylight.
And tonight, Richmond police described this as an active investigation, and they're asking anyone with information to give them a call. We're live in Richmond tonight. I'm Bryce Newberry.
Damn,
that's a wild shit. Like, he planned that shit and then fucking shot him. Like, it took a lot of planning, and then he ends up shooting him.
You would be surprised how that helmet and that orange vest gives you access to places.
And a clipboard.
And you add a clipboard to that, and you can walk into damn near anywhere.
Yep.
That's what I mean. Like,
ladder.
We learned today a teenager was killed in a Christmas Day shooting in downtown Memphis. Police have been looking into it, but now they're asking for your help finding the shooter. WREG's Marcus Hunter spoke with the victim's mother, who says her daughter witnessed the shooting.
The front of Club Level 3 is riddled with bullets, 3 windows broken out. A reminder of the deadly shooting that happened at the corner of Adams and Danny Thomas early Christmas morning. That shooting left 16-year-old Nia Simone dead.
She was a good friend. She was a good daughter. She was my own child. I don't know, she was just exceptional.
Wednesday, Memphis police released a video of the shooting. In it, you see the suspects firing from a dark-colored sedan and a white minivan. The footage also shows a man attempting to fire at the fleeing suspects. Simone's mother says she was told the suspects were upset about their cars being broken into.
And the guy said, oh, they broke in the wrong MSN car to me. And they went to their car, they went to their van. It was 2 cars worth, it was 2 cars deep of guys. And they just started shooting.
The junior track athlete at Overton High School also played soccer. She was a basketball.
All right, I got a question, man. What was your 16-year-old daughter doing at a club at 2:30 in the fucking morning on Christmas Day?
The big question.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's just
unacceptable.
Yeah.
Well, she was there. And
this is Memphis?
Yeah.
And you live in Memphis?
And she like a red bone with some light eyes.
Where's Pops? Where's Pops?
Basketball manager
In the
and
club
worked
with
at a neighborhood Walmart. Simone's mother said her daughter was supposed to be at a sleepover that night. But
Okay,
there we go.
There you go. She lied. Damn, imagine you think your kid's at a sleepover, you hear about the shooting, and you're like, you know, it's your Memphis, so shootings all the time, so you don't even pay attention. You just go to sleep, you know, because your daughter's at a sleepover. You go to sleep that night like, damn, pray for the family.
My parents made it a point to call.
Yeah, but how many times
Well, your parents,
call?
you know.
How often do you
Male.
call a 16-year-old at a fucking sleepover?
Come on, man. Stop.
Yeah, I don't think we can blame the Baron on this one.
Yeah.
Yo, but like it's kind of she's all the pictures. She looks very mature and like she's trying to be very mature and showing off all her shit.
To go to a party.
My daughter was not supposed to be at this party at all. She's only 16. From my understanding, this was an adult party, so how she even got in the party, I would never understand.
The teen's mother said her daughter was standing inside of the club on the other side of that window when bullets came through, hitting her child in the chest and back of the head.
The gun violence is horrible. And all these young kids, they just got guns and they just ready to shoot. They don't care.
Simone passed away 2 days later. In downtown Memphis, Marcus Hunter, WREG News Channel 3.
Remember,
I mean, even them pictures they showing, like, yo, come on, why you letting your kid out there like that?
Yeah. Well, and What are you doing letting your kids sleep over somebody's house on Christmas Eve?
Well, hold on, man.
She's a
Listen,
teenager, Mayo.
listen,
Come on,
man.
bro.
Yeah.
But it's
We had
Christmas
sleepovers
Eve.
when we were in elementary
How
school,
dare
man.
you?
Yeah, but it's Christmas Eve, Ock.
She's
Well,
not 8 or 9, Mayo. She's not expecting Santa to come down the chimney, bro.
Shit, I mean, even at that age, I was around my family.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
The fact remains is somebody shot a bunch of thugs lit the car up that she was in. Regardless of where she was or what she was supposed to be doing, she was in the car and a bunch of thugs lit the car up and they're still out there.
This is true.
Yeah.
And she got into to the mother's point, and it's a very valid point. How did she even get in there? And she's 16. To me,
She might
that's
have
just
had fake
liability.
license. She might have had some fake L's.
If she's lying, she probably had a fake ID. Or it was a kiddie party. We have that in DC go-go's. That we
Man.
have go-go's for little kids.
But the
They
mother
let-
said it was an adult party.
Bro, they let underage chicks in the club all the time if they thick with it and all that. Like,
Of course they do, but that's a liability issue. That's all I'm saying.
But she
Yeah, I
still
feel
got
you.
shot. Like,
Yeah.
look at all you have to do to keep her from getting shot. You have to call her 15 times while she's at a sleepover. You have to fucking have fucking goddamn the CIA at the fucking door carding people. But at the end of the day, the car needed to be bulletproof.
If
That's
that
the
mother
only thing
didn't
I
have
was
other
saying.
plans,
I thought she was in the club.
she would have let her.
Yeah, I
she would
thought she
have
was
had
in the
her
club.
daughter home with her
No, she
Christmas
wasn't
Eve.
in the club. She was in the car.
no, I thought she
Hold
was
on.
in the club too.
No,
Hold
she
on,
was in the club.
She was
She was
inside
in
the club.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's
so
why
some guys,
that's why they showed that boarded up window.
So some guys shot up a club.
Right.
Shooting at yeah.
I mean, what? That's
No,
the
I get your
story.
point.
But
Like the
You're saying
mom,
root cause.
the mom. I can't blame the mom on this one. I just can't. Like she let her daughter go to a sleepover. You don't let her go to a sleepover. The teenagers having a hissy fit. Maybe you trust the parents. They sneak out. They go to a club. The club gets shot up. She gets killed.
Nearly 6 months after a man was arrested in Lodo, an officer who was on scene is facing charges too.
They may not shoot into a crowd of 100 to 150 people and expect that there will be no consequences.
Attorneys for some of the injured bystanders are relieved after the grand jury's decision. Court records say Officer Brandon Ramos was off to the side of the suspect, Jordan Waddy. Denver police said Waddy pointed a gun at 2 other officers. That's when Ramos fired his weapon.
So he pointed his gun at two officers, Waddy. So that's probably a black guy, Waddy. He pointed his gun at 2 officers. The officer returned fire. The officer now in 2023, officers have to wait until usually you have to wait until they pointed the gun at you. Now you have to wait till he fires the gun.
you got to get like 2 flesh wounds before you can even buck back.
Right, it's
crazy.
Insane. Let me see. Is this Rami? Rami says, she says, "Hey, remember when Bob Dylan bust the strap on Neil Diamond?" Nah, I missed that one, man. She put the video in the back chat, man.
Denver police said Waddy pointed a gun at 2 other officers. That's when Ramos fired his weapon.
Very blessed to have just only gotten hit on my foot, and to be hit in the way.
This guy pointed a gun at an officer, 2 officers, and now he's on TV as a fucking victim.
Wait up, that's the dude that shot. Hell no.
Is this him? I don't know.
On my foot, and
No, this is a
to be hit
bystander
in the
who
way
got
I
hit by a
was
police
definitely
round.
Also a blessing.
Willis Small
A
IV
ricochet.
was shot in the foot that night. A grand jury found Ramos's decision to fire reckless and unreasonable because they said he wasn't in danger.
If any of
What?
us were in that same position, it would be like
This is why this shit should never go to grand jury. Because the DA only puts the facts forward of their side for a grand jury.
Here's my thing. This kid's about to say, if that was me, we would have been punished to the full extent of the law, which is not true. And you're not a cop. This whole thing with black people always comparing their actions of citizens to cops is fucking annoying.
it would be against our good judgment to shoot into such a crowd, potentially injuring plenty of other lives.
When somebody refuses orders, does not stop, is armed with a weapon, and turns and is going to use that weapon, then it is our job to ensure that they don't hurt anybody else.
The Denver Police Union defended Ramos while pointing to Wadi's criminal history. A previous charge meant he wasn't allowed to have a gun.
He should not have been able to walk the streets freely. He should not have possessed a firearm. And he surely should not have created the situation where innocent people were injured.
The grand jury thinks Ramos should be held accountable. Two other officers who fired their guns will not face criminal charges. Now, Officer Ramos will be suspended without pay due to those felony charges, which DPD says is standard protocol. He had been off patrol since that shooting in July.
And Denver Mayor Michael Hancock put out a statement today. It was surprising to many.
Surprising. He said that he was actually surprised that the grand jury considered the officer's actions a crime. We asked the victims about it. They didn't really like his statement. One of the victims even said or questioned the mayor, asking, if the mayor's child was in that crowd, would he have pulled the trigger as well?
Okay. All right. Thank
They
you.
been mad when they all got shot up,
Hell
though.
yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know how that guy got hit. Like, did he get hit with a ricochet?
He got hit by a ricochet.
They should have blamed
I
it.
want to know why all them stupid people were standing there on the sidewalk 20 feet away when a Sunman had a fucking gun out.
Oh.
Just watching the show.
They should have. The guy that caught the ricochet. They should have pinned that on the dude who got shot because that was his fault for starting the situation.
Shifting gears to a developing story here at home. A man is
Smash.
killed in a shooting and his body is found on the property of a school in Detroit. This is all unfolding on the Trix Academy. It's a charter school on Joanne near 8 Mile and Shaner on Detroit's east side. Sean Lay is there live. And Sean, what are you learning about all of this?
Well, it's a sad situation. Follow me this way. Police here, Detroit policemen on the scene. They're wrapping up the crime tape of the investigation, truly just beginning, because this is the Trix Performance Academy. One side of it here, the main doors are on the opposite side over here, and the man's body was discovered right in the grassy area of the Trix Performance Academy. This school was not in session when this shooting went down around 8:30. Our cameras are here capturing what looks like many shell casings in the street. There are more than 40 evidence markers. However, there were about 20 to 25 shots fired. The markers are for other evidence that police were finding out here. Police got here in about 2 minutes. A very quick response time due to those shot spotter sensors that are in this precinct. Here's the commander talking about that.
The ShotSpotter is an extremely valuable tool, especially in the 9th precinct. In this particular case, ShotSpotter system, the sophisticated GPS technology brought us right to where the victim was, allowed us to find evidence of the crime. So ShotSpotter does a lot of good in the 9th precinct.
The east side used to be the grimiest.
Detroit?
Yeah, the east side used to be the grimiest. Now there's pockets all over the city, but the east side was like that was the roughest spot for years.
Just a few days, we will ring in the new year, and with the new year comes some changes.
And that includes several new laws that will be implemented statewide. News 19's Deidre Briscoe joins us now in the studio with a look at some of those laws that will take effect in Alabama starting in 2023.
The new laws range from gun ownership to tobacco sales. Some of them are quite complex, so I picked a few of the most impactful to summarize.
When it comes to gun laws, House Bill 272 drops the requirement for a person to obtain a concealed carry permit to conceal carry a firearm in the state.
Hell yeah.
Additionally, the law revises restrictions for carrying or possessing a pistol.
That's not good though, Marcy. That means every fucking son man is gonna have a fucking gun now, man. It's not good.
Every son man that was carrying a gun before is still going to carry one, even though it was illegal.
Exactly.
No, but every
Touche.
son man doesn't carry like you think it. Every son man's not carrying. You thinking that every single.
But
nah,
what
it
you're
ain't
talking
like that.
about has never happened in any state where this has been legalized.
But we don't have enough days. We only have a year. This constitution.
We have 25 states that are like this now.
Okay, but constitutional carry in a state like Alabama, constitutional carry in Wyoming or Montana, Fine, Alabama. I think you don't understand. Like every son man don't carry all day. It ain't that fucking bad. Now every son man is gonna be carrying.
What states have it? You can just compare though. Like what
Texas,
states have it?
Georgia has it. Georgia
Okay.
just implemented. Tennessee just implemented
Kentucky,
it.
Kentucky, New
Kentucky.
Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Alaska, Oklahoma, Arizona, Montana, Idaho,
None on the East Coast though. None of these eastern
South
Midwest.
Dakota, North Dakota,
So
Mississippi has
Arkansas, Missouri.
Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia,
Indiana,
Ohio,
Ohio.
Indiana. Yeah,
Damn, Mossy ringing it off the top of his head.
Those places are
Iowa,
very
South
dangerous.
Dakota, Utah, Arizona, Texas.
But those places are very dangerous. I mean, for some people.
Yeah. Well,
This is. I don't think this makes some people safer. That's all I'm saying.
well, I'm not. My concern. Well, my concern is not ultimately with some. Is not with some people. Is with people who need a gun to carry because of for their own safety and not being hamstringed by having to wait for a permit to come in the mail or wait to see if they get approved, or have to, or paying a fee that would for that money could have gone to ammo they could use for training. Or they could have used for hollow points because hollow points cost more than regular FMJ ammo, regular practice
There's
ammo. So
restrictions for carrying or possessing a pistol on private property and revises the definition of a shotgun. Residents will be permitted to carry a pistol, holstered or otherwise secured on or about one's person without brandishing the weapon in a public space. When it comes to changes for law enforcement, House Bill 17, known as the Billy Clarity Act, will allow local law enforcement to use court-approved wiretaps under certain circumstances, such as drug investigations. The law will take effect in February 2023. The law is named after Billy Clarity, a stack agent with the Huntsville Police Department who was killed during an undercover drug operation in 2019. Senate Bill 224 amends a law on unemployment compensation so that people who are receiving unemployment benefits must be, quote, engaged in a system and sustained effort to find work. That's defined as contacting at least 3 prospective employers every week a person claims unemployment benefits. Finally, Senate Bill 216 will amend the law for the sale and transportation of tobacco products. Specifically, this requires sellers to register under a tobacco seller's account and report their monthly tobacco sales. Sellers who fail to register and report will face penalties. There are other laws going into effect at the start of the new year. We have a list of those laws and a breakdown of what they will impact on our website on WHNT.com.
Oops.
That ought to fix things.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, who do those permit and class costs hurt the most? It's the poorer people.
And like in Michigan, you got to wake up real early to go to them classes, man. I ain't going to one yet, like, so I just can't carry. It's like 7 in the morning, man. Fuck that.
Mine was at 8 on a Sunday morning.
They're trying to eliminate a certain type of person, man. It's fucked up.
No, it's so they can get all the hours in one day.
Yeah, because they have to have the range, especially if they're using a public range. They have to have the range to themselves for some time. I couldn't even sleep. I had an all night job. Once I got home, I was still awake. I can't wait.
Same.
The behavior that we saw in Towson was completely unacceptable. It was beyond the pale.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski condemning the large disturbance outside of Towson Town Center Friday night. Police say the large and unruly crowd of at least 250 young people ended with 8 arrests. 7 of those were juvenile.
Think about it. 250 unruly young people, 8 people arrested. The criminal justice system is still nakedly racist. They literally arrested 2% of the fucking unruly kids. And you still got to hear about how fucking it's. Think about that. Just think about it. That's the same thing we see in the schools. That's the same ratio we see in the schools. They literally did the same. They arrested 2% of the unruly kids.
I mean, I remember back in back in Michigan, back in the day, they used to do Young Boys Incorporated, and they would just get all the young kids to sell dope on the corner because they couldn't really arrest them, and they let them out. So here we go again.
Condemning the large disturbance outside of Towson Town Center Friday night. Police say the large and unruly crowd of at least 250 young people ended with 8 arrests. 7 of those were juveniles.
And tonight we're learning more about what unfolded near the Towson Circle. Fox 45's Amy Simpson joins us live as she continues to dig into those details. Amy, what are you learning?
Yeah, so Mary and Kai, we still don't know why this large group gathered in Towson on Friday night, but some new court documents for one of the young people arrested are giving us an idea more about what took place.
Police lights and police cruisers blocking off part of the Towson Circle as a helicopter can be heard above. These videos shared on the Citizen app, painting some of the picture of what happened outside of Towson Town Center late Friday night, when 1 adult and 7 juveniles were arrested.
Nobody's afraid of the law. That's the whole problem.
But today, these court filings filling in more of the gaps. The charging documents for 18-year-old Bezwar Montgomery, the sole adult arrested after police dispersed that large and unruly crowd Friday night. Filings say Montgomery was seen punching someone repeatedly before kicking and stomping on that victim's face. And as officers chased and tried to arrest the 18-year-old, documents say Montgomery was tased twice, though none of the taser prongs pierced his skin.
I want to commend our police department for doing a wonderful job.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski on Fox 45 Morning News today, reacting to the disturbance.
The behavior that we saw in Towson was completely unacceptable. It was beyond the pale, and it's not what I would expect as a parent. So I'd encourage our parents to be involved.
In a statement this weekend, Interim Police Chief Dennis Delp also commended the department's response in Towson Friday night. Today, Olszewski pointing to consequences for the bad apples.
We welcome all of our young people, but whether you're young or an adult, we expect good behavior. And if you don't exhibit that in Baltimore County, we're going to hold you accountable.
While it's
What does that fucking mean? We welcome, or why welcome, or why are you welcoming all of these fucking goddamn apes to your fucking county, man?
Well, he has to say that, but I was gonna point out that this is Baltimore County. And another thing that we need to monitor and track is when my guy Ivan Bates gets in office for Baltimore City, how is that going to affect?
Yeah,
it's going to put more pressure on this guy, because I believe that the Sun Thugs are going to be even more migrate to the county, because once those mandatory minimums start getting in place, as you said in the past, that word spreads very fast.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you're right. Everyone's got to be on the same page, I guess, huh? Or else they just keep moving
was
on.
part of a pre-planned event Friday night. Court documents also say that large unruly crowd had been removed from inside the mall. Brookfield Properties, which manages Towson Town Center, not responding to questions from Fox 45 News today. Though the mall's website says as of last February, parental guidance is required for anyone 17 years and younger.
Okay, so now they're cracking that parental guidance required for anyone, and I mean anyone. Hotels, Tigers, anyone who goes to that mall now is 17 or younger, you have to have your mommy and your daddy with you.
Yeah. Yo, and how come they always showing like videos after everything happened too? Like, I want to see what they just showed me after the cop cars came and everything.
Well,
like,
it's
come on, man.
probably not suitable. The guy was curb stomping somebody. You probably can't show that on.
Used to be able
Oh,
to.
and we've seen it 100 times before
We
at
pretty
100
much
other
know.
malls.
Yeah, we pretty much know what's going on.
You
You
know,
don't have to-
and
Y'all know what's
and
going
gee,
on.
how did this happen? Well, so social media started it.
yeah, organized plan of it. Yeah.
All this was organized on social media, which means the police need to get their intel on the social media.
Yeah, and if it was a Sun person, as we know, that would be racist. You're displaying a Sun person in an aggressive, violent act, and you all need to stop doing that.
But they call themselves savages
Yeah.
and gremlins, super gremlins.
Doesn't matter.
Adult's website
Oh, well.
says as
It's
of
just
last
like the N-word.
February, parental
Yeah, they call themselves
Exactly.
the N-word, but you can't.
guidance is
You can't.
required for anyone 17 years and younger after 4 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
People are welcome here, but if you cause problems, you're not.
This woman's a freaking idiot, man. This woman's a moron. Why are you don't welcome them?
They're gonna come whether she says that shit or not. Like, yo.
No, but you have to find a way. I know you can't do it like in the old days, just what I'm saying, fucking tell them straight up and down, like if you come here, we're gonna kick your ass. But you have to make this not welcome to do.
Yo, and there's some spots out here where they wouldn't serve Hennessy or Patron. This was before Ciroc came out. They just wouldn't serve that shit.
Yeah.
Just to send a
Little
message.
stuff like that. Yeah, little stuff like that. Yeah. Like no loud music, no loitering, yeah.
No drill music.
Yeah, you gotta make them. You gotta
Dress
not welcome
codes.
them.
That used to be the dress code. Used to be the low key.
Yep.
Stay the fuck out.
Yep.
Yeah, welcoming them is just not. You can't do you think this woman can come into the fucking hood in Baltimore and feel safe? Do you think she can come where they live at and be
Oh, hell
welcome?
no.
Unless if she's not buying drugs. Let's say she's not buying drugs and she just wants to, just come over to the hood and hang out for the day. Walk around.
Even if she was like a social worker, she'd have to like show up at 8:30 in the morning to not get fucked with.
Yeah, like you're not welcome where they're from, woman. And it's the fucking gutter.
p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
People are welcome here, but if you cause problems, you're not welcome.
If you can
And
dunk
today
a
the county
basketball,
executive
fuck
went on
off.
to say that he'll be meeting with businesses and community leaders in Towson in the coming days to make sure that incidents like this don't continue to happen. Reporting live tonight, Amy Simpson, Fox 45 News.
Yeah, man. I mean, I feel bad for those people. They're so fucking naive. We welcome them. We're welcome. We're welcome. We're welcome. You're welcome here. You're welcome here. No.
That's why we need curb stomping on television so they could stop living in their little fantasy world.
Well, they're just saying what they have to say because I mean, to her credit, on the back end, she's saying what she needs to say, but she just can't come out 100%. Don't bring that sun stuff here. So you gotta give them a little understanding.
Yeah, I mean,
get it.
I know.
Even the mayor of Baltimore isn't willing to say what it is, and he's black.
Yeah.
The only cat that would say was that old white dude, and he's about to die.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
you gotta be on your deathbed where it doesn't even matter. And even then, they'll take it out on your son, or your relatives that are still alive. They'll take it out on them.
Make him
Four
the
people
DA.
shot this evening in the Hoffman Triangle area, and it's just one of many crimes that we have seen in the last 24 hours. Good evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm Cherise Gibson.
And I'm Devin Bartolotta. This year is getting off to a violent start in the city of New Orleans. Just 48 hours into 2023, we saw our first interstate shooting of the year.
Yeah, plus 3 people were found dead this morning in a home in Gentilly, LA.
Yo, listen, man. It's literally comical at this point, man. There's no solutions. It's just going to keep going on. We got to stop this racism shit. People know now, like, look, the reason people don't want you around is clear, man. It's clear why people don't want you around. I don't want you around. And I'm a Sun man. I cringe when I see Sun men in my area. I'm like, oh fuck. Especially, and I'm talking about the ones that skinny jeans, twist, hoodies and shit and school shiesty masks. I'm like, oh fuck. I hate seeing those fuckers.
Lord Tabone has more in tonight's top story.
It's the most recent bloodshed in New Orleans. 4 people were shot Tuesday evening on South Rocheblade Street near Washington Avenue. All of them taken to hospital. And it happened the same day. Police found 3 decomposing bodies in a home on Gentilly Boulevard near the fairgrounds. Investigators are classifying the deaths as homicides because they found bullets nearby. And they think the bodies had been there for days. People who live in the area think one of the victims is their neighbor.
It really hurt me because, like, he never bothered nobody. The only thing he
You can't tell me like this motherfucker ain't like on the spectrum, man. Like a lot of these people are just like they're on the spectrum, man.
like he never bothered nobody. The only thing he used to do is dance and trying to make people happy.
Just hours before that discovery, another all too familiar act of violence. Someone was shot on the interstate at Orleans Avenue Monday night. According to the Metropolitan Crime Commission in 2022, there were 17 non-fatal and 7 fatal shootings on I-10 or the I-10 exit ramp. There was 1 non-fatal shooting on I-610, and there were 6 non-fatal shootings on US 90 or the US 90 exit ramp. With the rampant crime,
Snap.
some people have taken to social media to spread the rumor that a single person is responsible for targeting drivers on the interstate. Former NOPD
Oh, so it's one guy shooting everybody on the interstate.
As soon as we catch him, we're good.
Yeah, that'll solve everything.
interstate. Former NOPD Police Chief Edie Compass says that is complete make-believe. He says the majority of time it's road rage or drug-related.
May have been involved in something involving drugs, involving some type of domestic disputes, something that may have festered over the years.
He says during his time as chief, interstate shootings injured unintended victims.
These individuals are not proficient in the use of firearms. They stick the guns out the window, they just pull a trigger, and they have these automatic weapons.
NOPD has debunked that myth of a single shooter, saying there has been no indication through investigations that these interstate shootings are random acts, nor any indication that a single source is responsible. The department also blames road rage and pre-existing feuds.
You just have to be vigilant as a police department and have to utilize your resources to the optimal efficiency. I would elicit the state police to help in this also.
Eleanor Tabone, Eyewitness News.
We begin tonight with the NYPD officer suspended after responding to a fight with a group of girls on Staten Island. The incident happened in the Port Richmond section.
There is video, and it has people split on how the situation was handled. CBS 2's Jenna D'Angelo spoke exclusively with the sisters involved, and she did so with their mother's permission.
He's hitting her? This 8-second video, which has spread on social media, shows an NYPD.
See, he's trying to break up a fight between concerned sisters, and now he's suspended. This is why I
Because the
told you
one
guys.
he's hitting attacked him. And I love how they make an entire narrative out of a 20-second clip.
Less than that, 3 to 5 seconds.
Yep.
Because she probably clocked him a couple times.
Spit on him and shit.
Because even when he's hitting her, she's still swinging.
This shit is just crazy.
Officer
At this point, like,
repeatedly
why would you,
punching
like,
a young
I don't
girl.
understand why all
You
cops
also
don't
see the
just
girl
leave.
swing toward.
Yeah, like, but this is what I was talking about earlier. What we were talking about earlier. Look, man, I mean, responding to them like, because there's a fight. It's a bunch of kids outside fighting. Someone called the police. The dispatcher goes on the radio. We have any units near such and such school in Staten Island. Says, yeah, I'm around the corner on such and such street. On my way. Puts on the sirens, shows up there, sees a bunch of son kids outside fighting, gets out his car, does like a police officer does, tries to break it up, starts getting clocked while he's breaking up the fight in a sea of son teens, just swings back with the bottom. He's not cocking her with the knuckles. He's hitting her with this part of his hand, the soft part of his hand, just to try to neutralize her. And now he's suspended and, of course, branded racist.
The
Well,
officer. That's 14-year-old Keanu.
these kids have no fear of the police whatsoever, or they would
Or
have scattered when the lights came on.
fear or respect.
And that's another thing. That's a great point, though, right there, because I made that point with the Micaiah Bryant situation. When I've been in these situations where there's a fracas, and then the police are called, the police sirens are heard in the distance minutes before they even arrive on the scene. It's not like they just beam me up Scotty and boom, the cops are right there. You hear sirens in the distance getting louder and louder and louder as they get closer. You have plenty of time to leave. And a lot of people do leave the scene, and people might have drugs on them or something like that, or some people might have warrants, they might leave. But for the most part, some kids stay because they, like he said, they have zero fear of the police. They don't think this is a life or death situation. They don't think this is a situation where they're going to get died. Only people say that are idiots on CNN.
Anna Robinson. He pushed me, and then I punched him in his face 2 times, and then we just started fighting. She says,
She's talking about a cop.
Oh,
he pushed me, so I punched him in his face 2 times, and we started fighting. She's talking about a police officer.
And you know it's a fucking lie because they don't show it.
Anna Robinson. He pushed me, and then I punched him in his face 2 times, and then we just started fighting. She says it all started when her 12-year-old sister got.
Look at her. She's like, shrug, shoulder shrug. Ain't no big deal.
And her mom's sitting right next to her.
Just beat the shit out of
approving all this behavior.
Just beat
so
up the
nonchalant. Like, what y'all talking about? What's the big deal?
Her mom's thinking about the check they're gonna get.
Yeah. It's insane, man.
Then he pushed me, and then I punched him in his face 2 times, and then we just started fighting. She says it all started when her 12-year-old sister got in a fight with another girl after school Tuesday.
It happens a lot in this school.
They attend IS 51, which is near Willowbrook Road and Port Richmond Avenue, where this happened.
The girl is bigger than my sister, fighting my sister. Of course, I'm going to jump in. I didn't even know what was going on. I just ran over there.
A longer video has surfaced showing what happened leading up to the scuffle with police.
Yo,
Robinson says she saw an officer putting her sister in handcuffs. You see her approach.
She's so awesome.
Oh, he pushed me. He just pushed me for no reason at all because I was black.
So that's the sister on the couch, not the mom, I believe.
Yeah, that's the
sister. A scary looking 12-year-old.
Just for clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And nudge the cop, who pushes back. It escalates from there.
Like, I don't care who you are. You touch me, I'm going to fight back.
Did you hear she said nudge the cop?
Yeah.
Like, fuck these people. That's why we got this problem. They want to be like, yo, man, they over here acting crazy as fuck, put hands on the cop and got fucked up for it.
Yeah. And instead, Eric Adams himself, instead of suspending that officer, should have sent fucking officers to her house and fucking arrested her ass.
Good point.
Yeah, like why? Yeah, why is she not cuffed up?
Or did both?
She's
admitting it.
Yes.
And she's unapologetic and unrepentant. She doesn't give a fuck. She thinks she's in the right 1,000%.
The NYPD tweeted, the actions of these officers is under investigation by the Internal Affairs Bureau. At this time, 1 officer has been suspended.
We are going to look at the body cam of the police officers. That's why body cams are good. We're going to use a video that was posted on Instagram. I was not pleased with what I saw on the video.
A retired NYPD officer who lives in the area gave her input.
He should never have been suspended at all. That's my opinion. I always say to people, before you judge an officer, imagine being put in that situation, and how would you react?
We want the children to think that the cops are supposed to keep us safe. So we're not getting that when the cops come and don't know how to de-escalate the situation.
What was it like for you?
I hate with this de-escalation shit. When they say de-escalate, they mean basically just fucking do nothing.
Let me do what I want to do.
Yeah, this whole de-escalation shit. They think so. What they're trying to say is that if this was a bunch of white kids, the cops would have came over there with like fucking pillows or some shit and like tried to like push everybody away with fucking pillows. Like they don't know that. They don't know that because they've never seen interactions between white people and cops. And you rarely see this. There's not enough data of these wild fracases at white schools to make that assessment that they're treating white kids differently. And
They
second
just.
of go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they all of them say these things because this is what's been programmed. Every time one of these situations come up on the television, it's the same narrative. And as we've discussed many times, it's like a passing of a cold, a virus. Some people pick up on, oh, okay, so when this happens, this is what I need to say.
De-escalate. De-escalate. They gotta de-escalate.
De-escalate, systemic. I just walk away.
And
I'm like, all right,
de-escalation wouldn't have to occur if somebody didn't escalate the situation in the first place, and that was not the police.
Correct. But that, as Aka said in the past, these words have been introduced to Blackistan that they never would have used before, and now they use them over and over and over and over and over
They still
again.
don't know what they fully mean.
Absolutely.
The worst part is.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the worst part is Glider's been using words for 10 years now. They just got them and shit. Like, won't let them go. Late.
And this is the same situation of the kid that got in the fight with the cop over jumping the turnstile in the subway in New York.
Yeah, it's like you can
Where
beat the shit out of
the
crap.
cop talked to the girl, and then the kid attacked the cop.
Yeah,
Because he was on. They actually talked to the kid on Chaotic Truth live,
Mm-hmm.
and his mom was all up for his actions.
Yeah, these people are not afraid of cops at all. Like,
No.
the cops are more afraid of them than they are afraid of.
Yeah. We want the children to think that the cops are supposed to keep us safe. So we're not getting that when the cops come and don't know how to de-escalate the situation.
What was it like for you being in that situation?
Fun.
I was disappointed in NYPD. Like, I'm a whole child. Like, why are you putting your hands on me?
She was disappointed in my people.
You a whole super.
Man, she's a whole child, man.
Child punching a cop in the face.
Nah, she a
Whole
whole
ass
grandma.
child. You can put hands on her.
She want to hit like a man. She can take a hit like a man.
There's no
Equal
hope,
rights,
man.
equal lefts, bitch.
Now you see why I'm saying there's no hope for this. You cannot fix this one.
You're supposed to be breaking up the fight. Why didn't you just break up the fight?
Sources say Kiana Robinson was
He was trying
charged
to.
as a juvenile with assaulting an officer
They
and
did.
resisting arrest.
Smash.
She told us she was taken to the hospital with a bump on her head and a headache, but is doing okay. In the Port Richmond section of Staten Island, Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
And PBA President Pat Lynch said in a statement, in part, the police officers involved are entitled to due process, not summary judgment, based on a few seconds of video. What is clear at this point is that these police officers were trying to break up a violent altercation when they themselves were assaulted.
At least they've stuck up on her.
The behavior that we saw in Towson was
Okay, so that's it.
Yo, and if you don't arrest cats for shit, you just are saying it's legal. So there's a ton of laws that you can't do, but you don't arrest them, so it's legal. You can hit cops. You can do whatever.
Hey, I know we probably going to be getting out of here in a few minutes, but down the line at some time, something that came across my mind, and Mossy and Mayo and my other fellow panel who's still here, I was wondering, okay, so at some point in time, in history, all groups of people have shown a large level, or today we would say unacceptable level of violence all throughout history, each group, during periods of time. And I was just thinking, why has all the other groups have been able to tame that violence except the Sun people?
Because they're not short-sighted.
And there's a lack of accountability too, bro. Like
yeah,
it's just a lack of accountability.
I'll share this with you. Like I mentioned before, and Ak even said it himself. He has that part of him that wants to hurt people, and I have it too. I've openly admitted I have it's there, But I remember Ox said it best. She said, you can find a way to keep a lid on it. And part of how I keep a lid on it is I show concern for that what happens next. I think about what happens if someone pisses me off, and let's say I have a thought in my head. I got to think about what happens next, and is it worth? And it makes me question: is it worth it? And I figure out if it ain't worth it, no, I leave it alone. I leave it alone because I got better things to do. I have people I'm responsible for. I got responsibilities, and that's something that I've had since a kid. I was given responsibilities early as a kid by my elders, and that taught me to look down, look past 5 minutes from now, and and then plan for it, and then you'll be able to monitor your behavior better that way.
Well, you're getting raised you're also being raised by like people that aren't even getting, like, they don't even have to take care of themselves. They getting government grants and they got programs and all that shit. So all their bad decisions is being paid for. Why would they think that far down the line? They don't lose shit.
Well, the thing is, people like that they've always been dealt with. They've always been dealt with swiftly. You act that way, you get killed, or you get locked in the cage, or you get enslaved, or you get banished.
Now there's a whole social movement to support them.
Yeah, so if you get paid to do it, then why would you be incentivized to do stupid shit? And that's kind of what's happening. Like, she's about to get a GoFundMe and cake up.
I see how the one white shooter in Illinois last year, how he affected the community.
Busloads of people are planning to head to Springfield tomorrow. They're urging lawmakers to take action on a bill that would ban assault-style weapons. The effort comes 6 months after the Highland Park massacre ended, with 7 people dead and dozens more wounded.
CBS 2's Charlie DeMar sat down with a number of people directly impacted, from survivors and families who lost loved ones to emergency room doctors who treated some of the shooting victims, and also the mayor. All of them are on different emotional journeys as they look back on the past 6 months.
I need Highland Park Executive refund to Laurel in a second.
It's something I think about every day.
What's your location? I got a team of guys to help you clear.
How has your life changed in the last 6 months?
The trauma is very deep and very real.
There's a silence that you don't really anticipate, and that's been hard to fill.
Yeah, we have multiple Lake County canines at that location.
It's been 6 months since the 4th of July parade in Highland Park, a celebration of America's independence.
Postal dispatch, we're going to have a team go and search the buildings at Sunset Park.
Was shattered by a particularly American problem.
There's 12 sheltering in place. They're going to go and help them evacuate.
I looked down, my whole left side was bleeding.
Lauren Bennett was there with her family, as she is every year.
In that moment, thinking that I'm a target, I jumped up to run. My fight or flight kicked in. As I did that, I was hit in the back.
Smash.
53 or 647 Central.
She was shot twice, one of dozens hit when prosecutors say a 21-year-old armed with an assault rifle fired down on the parade from a rooftop.
And I was lucky because I got out of there alive, but 1 centimeter any direction and I wouldn't be here talking to you.
63-year-old Jackie Sundheim was one of the 7 who did not survive. She worked as an administrator at a temple in Highland Park.
For me, there's just a massive hole, hole in my heart, hole in my life.
It's just that sheer impact of how many people knew her and that she touched.
Her husband and daughter sat down for their first interview since her murder.
Having her taken that way, in such a horrible way, you can't wrap your head around it. I would hate for her memory to become something this. I don't want it to just be this. I want her joy and her laughter to be what people remember.
I spent half my life with her, planning for, how things are going to go and you get to the point in life where you can see that road, you can actually see exactly where you're going to be, and then to have all of that just vaporized in front of you is it's difficult.
Highland Park units on Central, make room for the ambulance. We have an ambulance coming eastbound on Central for one of the night missions.
Bruce found out about the shooting from Jackie's sister, who was also at the parade and tried reviving her in the street.
And I was like, shot? What do you mean shot? And she's like, how was she shot? She's like, a lot of people have been shot. And it was kind of then I realized what had happened. As a society, we have to find a place where someone can't just wake up in the morning and decide, I want to go out and shoot 50 strangers.
Within days of the mass shooting, a movement began to federally ban assault rifles,
These fucking morons.
led by those closest to the trauma.
We are still a community trying to figure out the next step.
Like Highland Park Mayor Nancy Rodering, who testified before Congress.
Which has always been a place of safety.
And Lauren Bennett, who appeared at a hearing with state lawmakers.
I assumed I was a target.
She has also joined a lawsuit against gun manufacturer Smith & Wesson, the brand of rifle used in the shooting.
Why has it been important for you to use your voice?
I'm hoping that another parade isn't the site of a mass shooting or anywhere.
Being mad and angry about it isn't going to change anything.
A community still working.
You know, I want to do policies. I want whoever's the most emotional to make fucking policies.
Exactly.
That don't make no sense.
I'm glad nothing valuable was in it, but still very frustrating.
Dozens of car windows were smashed in Elmwood overnight, and a Jefferson Parish Sheriff's deputy shot at one of the suspects who ran off. Tonight, we are learning just how young two of the suspects are. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Devin Bartolotta.
And I'm Sharice Gibson. At noon, we told you around 45 cars were hit. Now we've learned it was actually 62 vehicles broken into. It happened.
Golly, man.
Ain't checking open doors.
I can mute it.
62 vehicles broken into by a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old. That's a lot of carnage for one night for two kids, man.
What do you think the dollar cost of that is?
Right. And then you charge them with, like, after the DA knocks it down and, you know, go through the court system, they get charged with, like, what? Vandal, not even vandal, like
unauthorized entry into a car or some bullshit like that.
Yeah, and
Destruction of property.
And they get community service. And look at the trail of just damage they left. How many? 62 cars. That can affect hundreds of people because each one of those cars may be the family car. You know what I'm saying? That's hundreds of people.
That zip code, everybody in that zip code is now going to have to pay $10 or $20 more on their insurance.
Yeah.
Good call.
Just because of the sheer number.
I mean, Jesus. Salute to Savage, man. He says your channel is like a pocket dimension of knowledge. Salute to you, Savage, man. Yeah, this is the carnage on a daily basis. This isn't murders. This isn't shootings. This isn't highway shootings. This isn't carjackings. This is just some little punk kids, high school students. This is just what you have to deal with. This is the light work. This is the shit that usually goes unreported on you know what I'm saying?
We've learned it was actually 62 vehicles broken into. It happened at the Creeks at River Ridge apartment complex.
The good news tonight is that several suspects were arrested, plus one of their mothers.
Wow.
Lily Cummings just spoke to the sheriff. She joins us live now from the JP Sheriff's Office in Harvey. Lily.
Sharice and Devin, those two suspects that were arrested today are 12 and 14 years old. JPSO says that they're brothers. Now, there are two other suspects that remain at large. I asked JPSO if they're related to the brothers. They said at this time that's still under investigation. It was a peaceful morning until folks in Elmwood at the Cypress Creek Apartments walked outside.
I just was taking my dog for a walk and I had to walk past my car and I started walking. I see glass everywhere and I was like, what's going on? And then I start looking and there's caution tape on like everyone's windows, glasses everywhere.
Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office says they received a report around 2 a.m. of a car burglary.
But I had heard something last night because I was up kind of late. I thought I heard yelling, but it was also hard to hear because of the storm. So I didn't bother to look out the window, but I wish I would have now.
She wouldn't do shit.
JPSO said there were more than 60 break-ins.
It's unfortunate for sure, not something I was happy to see. So just spent the morning cleaning it up and hope to get it.
So they went to think about this: a group of teens, let's say 4 of them, of Sun teens, went to an all glider neighborhood and destroyed everybody's car. That's a hate crime if it's the reverse.
Oh, truly. And look how docile the gliders are too. And like, you know, if I would have came out, if I heard
After
something,
losing
like,
hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, but that's actually a great gene, and you know why? It's because they don't value property like Sun people do. Sun people will die over meaningless things. To their credit, gliders are like, oh, yeah, it's a window. You know, I'll call insurance and it'll get fixed.
Yeah, that's true. Some men.
It's the principle, though, man.
Yeah, but see, that's a Sun man way of looking at it as principle.
No,
Yeah, at the end of the-
that's her.
No,
That's
I
my
look at it
energy,
the
bro.
same way. I look at it the same way.
But at the end of the day, it's just a car window.
But I think people want to see a little more fire, man, because
These are young.
terrorists.
These
Look
are
at them.
young,
They probably
inexperienced-
apologizing.
These are young, inexperienced gliders. They're wet behind the ears.
And
They don't know what that kind of action leads to. That's what they're not all fired up about it.
No, you're right about
They've
that.
been
They're not-
emasculated, dog. They snipped their nuts, bro.
They're not they're not using foresight, but let's just keep it at this situation right here. It's just a window in their car being broken versus, you know, something else that could have been much worse.
Yeah, they don't realize that that their parking lot's been marked now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That they peed all over that place and they will come back.
Yeah, but they'll have cameras galore around there, and police presence will be.
That won't mean anything.
Know what happens.
According to JPSO, there were 4 suspects. They arrested 2 brothers who were 12 and 14 years old, and their mother, 42-year-old Tiffany Broomfield.
She arrived at our detective bureau for her 2 sons, refused to allow them to have any comment, which is certainly with her right to be able to do so. Continued to argue with our deputies, refused to leave. She had several warrants and attachments up for arrest. She also resisted arrest against our officers when that hook, and so she went to jail.
The 3rd suspect got away after jumping in a woman's car. That same suspect later crashed her car with the woman in it and got away on foot.
Jesus Christ.
Can you see the balls on that lady? All that glass everywhere. She's gonna fucking want to fight with the cops, dog. Like, I know what happens, but every time, yo.
And knowing she's not good on paper.
Yeah, with warrants. Yo, and if she has another kid, she'll get that motherfucker, and the dude won't even be able to raise his own kid. Like, that's what they give custody to, and that's why we keep having these fucked up problems.
Yeah.
Deputies fired at a 4th armed suspect who fled the scene in a separate vehicle.
My deputy is going home at the end of the night, you know, and that's the case. So if you're out at 2 o'clock in the morning committing burglaries with a gun, be rest assured that that's a deadly weapon, and we're going to react accordingly.
According to the sheriff, a deputy fired twice into the car. That
Whoa.
suspect got away, headed towards New Orleans on the Earhart Expressway.
You know, this time of age, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you have a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old out there, you know, just committing burglaries, you know, with whoever. I have no clue who they're with right now, but, you know, with that, and of course, the parents don't even know where they are. I mean, I've got 12-year-olds. I know where they are at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Now, the sheriff did say that they spoke with local hospitals. No one has come in with
I mean, just the carnage. These people are just terrible.
What's
You
up,
remember
everyone?
when-
This is that guy with.
Remember when they the chicks wild out in New York and started throwing everything around because they couldn't get condiments for the wing place or something?
Yeah,
we're like in a tough spot. Like, what do you do with that? Because it's bigger than them just behaving that you're breaking down society. Like, so what type of punishment does one get for that?
You
Should be the
charge them with
maximum
destruction.
available.
You charge them with destruction of property. You charge them with the starting a riot. It's a bunch of things on the books that you can charge them with. It's just a matter of, who's. Again, it goes back to the Marxism playbook. Now, this country is under assault.
Oh, I agree, man. But like, if you get 2 years for armed robbery, putting a gun in someone's face, then like, it's already that low for like gunplay. Then what do we do with?
But you're
with
going to have time
condiments?
served by the time you go through the court.
Yeah,
You're
that's
locked up.
right. But
it's nothing.
To his point, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say at this point, you got to think about what do you be leaving the next generation? For the ones who aren't savages, the ones who aren't super gremlins, what are we going to leave them? Because if we don't do anything about this now, you can only imagine what they're gonna be facing in their time. That's why I said it's a tough. It is tough, but it has to be dealt with today.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put them under the jail type shit, dog. Like,
but see, to me,
they also need to charge them to repay the establishment for the repairs and the damage.
Restitution.
Yep. And I don't care if it takes until they're 65.
Oh yeah.
And they're taking it out of their fucking Social Security.
There you go, a judgment. But see, to me, all of this laxing laws and allowing these things to occur is real simple. It's a macro approach to destroy capitalism, to destroy the system that's set in place. And if you think about that, that's the only thing that makes sense. Nothing else makes sense unless you want to destroy what's currently in place.
Yeah,
I think it's different.
And by the way, that has worked for a very long time.
I think they're gonna let kids terrorize shit until people are begging for like damn near military. Shit.
Yeah.
And that's when we're really gonna succumn.
Yeah, no doubt the Democrats want to federalize police.
They don't even need to beg for that. If they need the nuts to actually go out there and protect their property themselves.
You get arrested for protecting your property, though, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you get put on trial like Kyle. And thank God he won that. Thank God he won that.
Yeah. But the thing is, the criminals they only understand strength. They don't respect weakness. They don't respect kindness. So if you show weakness in front of them, they're gonna feed off of that.
They're gonna exploit it.
Yeah.
Right. But those who are currently running things, they know that. They know that. They know
this is all part of the process.
Yeah, they know that when in New York City, when Giuliani was tough on crime, how things were way different than they are now. They know that. The criminals aren't retarded. They know what they can get away with, and they know what they can't get away with.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and when the DA of Manhattan gives a list of what he's not going to charge for, what do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, as Ox said, that word spreads on the street in nanoseconds.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And
you got some Don Rickles now.
Yeah, I wanted to play some
Cheer
Don
us up.
Rickles, man. Yeah,
We over here on Suicide Watch after seeing all that bullshit.
Be funny.
Good evening, Mr. President. Nice to see you, sir. And your lovely wife, Nancy. It's a big treat for me to fly all the way from California to be here for this kind of money. Nice to see you, Secretary Schultz. What are you doing in town? Anyway, he's sitting there like there's nothing going on. Get busy. Go over to the embassy, have a bucket of beluga. Anyway, Secretary of State's here. And Billy Graham, nice to see you, sir. This hand is bothering me. Anyway, it's great, though. I make fun of the president. Why not? I make fun of everybody. Look, that's America. Laugh at Charlton Heston. I'm a friend. It's over. I'll tell you this. If you were Moses, I was a Mau Mau fighter pilot. Is this too fast, Ronnie? Anyway, he's sitting there looking at the program going, where does he say he makes fun of me? What does it say there? Remember when you were governor and you used to walk over to my table? Now you're big. You're getting on my nerves. I'll tell you this. Is he laughing? If you see Marines coming towards me, go into glory, glory, hallelujah, and shoot Webster. Anyway.
That was good, man.
This is a joyous occasion, really. I personally voted for Wilkie. But I'll tell you this. To you, Mrs. Reagan, lovely Mrs. Reagan, to you, our dear president, may God be good to you and yours for the coming 4 years and beyond that. You're a great gentleman and a great credit to the country. May he give you health, the Almighty, and may you reign as long as you wish. God bless. Laugh at the blacks, the whites, the purples, mostly the blacks.
The funniest thing for me is watching people respond because they sort of act like they're a little bit indignant, but you know they're so glad that he picked them.
I'm only kidding you, Bubba. The black people belong in this country. Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, my ass, you're a Jap. I'll tell you this. 3 years in the jungle looking for your uncle.
Everybody gets shit on by Don Rickles.
What am I bid for this broad before I introduce him? Look at this. The old guy went $4.
Oh, it's very offensive, but not if you're in the comedy.
I have based my whole humor on laughing at bigotry. I laugh at Will Chamberlain. Ha, 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 ha. But if you don't laugh back, it's not funny. Is that your wife, sir? Jesus Christ. I'll tell you this.
Ouch.
What was it, a train? And I love the Italian people. I'll never forget the word of Carmine Ganganonzo, who said to me in Brooklyn on a Saturday night. No, you're a Catholic and I'm a Jew, and Sammy, you're black. I'm sorry. I never tell the truth. I exaggerate. I make fun of blacks, whites, Jews, Jews. Chinese, right? Chinese?
He even knows.
Yeah, he knew back then.
Eyes fixed. Look at the Chinese boy sitting there going, who's Chinese? Who's Chinese? Phyllis Diller, a gentleman who, when she was born, God ran out of clay and made her face trick-or-treat Charlie. Her former husband said on the wedding night, no! Bob Newhart made the claim that he was my closest friend. I have never met Bob Newhart. I'll put it to you another way. Bob Newhart goes to many gay parties.
He said one.
Kojak.
I like you very much, Tommy.
Yeah, tell him.
I like you more than I thought I would like you. Lisa, because we could be married in an hour. So what's in your heart, right, Sam? Be proud. Brothers, we kiss, we hug. Any black on my lips? Don't write letters, folks. We cover them all.
My first guest, our new ambassador to the UN, this year's poster child for rabies. Would you welcome Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles.
Nah, I'm not going on. Come back. What an evening, Mike. It's so good to see you. I didn't know you were still on.
Yeah.
But this is a good jacket. You come in tomorrow night with cotton candy and you work the corner. Now, anyway, can I say something since I've seen you? Gotten so old. 19 years, John. Don't milk it anymore. Walk away.
Get out, Howard. Well, you see, I try to do one show for a long time rather than 6 or 7 like you for a month or two, and then.
No. When you're that big you're allowed to turn on a little guy who lives in 2 rooms on Figueroa with a busted accordion. Look right in there and let America know you're a millionaire and you don't need them.
Right. I'm a millionaire. I don't need them.
Talk that shit.
But now we're both happily married.
Absolutely.
You went through a couple of warm-ups, but I want to tell you something as a friend. Yes. With these 2 lovely Japanese girls, you made a fool of yourself. Could I give it a couple of minutes? No. Just give me a break. I'm so lonely.
I want to hear some of his racist jokes. He's funny.
Oh,
His
yo,
racist jokes are fucking
get
hilarious.
the pull up the Dean Martin celebrity roast of Sammy Davis Jr. That they go in, if that's what you're looking for. Shit, Dean Martin goes in on.
This was when gliders had testicles.
Yep.
Well, here to pay tribute to you, the Senator, Rich Little, Paul Lind on the end. Paul, if you want to order, do it now. The kitchen's going to close. Sorry about your seat, Paul. Why don't you get a pillow so you can see us? What an exciting night, folks. You can't believe I have chills. Just looking around, seeing all these people. Senator Goldwater, sorry about the election. So close. You could have been the president. We could have hung out together. Gee. I feel, Bob. I spoke to the Texaco company. You're going to blow up Thursday. Bless you, Bob. Keep that image. They don't know at home you run around in your underwear going, "Where's Dolores?" You remember Dolores, the Mrs. Jimmy, I spoke to the family. You're doing well. You're doing well, Jimmy. Spoke to the wife. She's leaving you. Let it off, Wilson. Let it right off. Wilson's Moby Dick. Water comes out of his navel. We have a wonderful night. We're going to honor Dean Martin, ladies and gentlemen. He's a great man. Dean has passed away about 3 years ago, I believe. Muhammad, if you get a chance, could you watch me? No, he's a great champion. I remember when you fought your last fight, you stood in the corner and said, "I'm winning." Hey, listen, it's such a great thing to see all these wonderful guests, Dean, to see Howard Cosell. And I'll tell you, Howard, from the bottom of my heart, you can't even tell. It's perfect. Come on, Senator. I laughed at you when you lost.
The great state of Arizona votes maybe.
Oh, the other side. You just going, I am from Minnesota. Let's have a party.
Yeah, man. Don Rickles was a legend, man. He was hysterical, man. He was a racist motherfucker, but it wasn't racism. It was just funny jokes back then.
It was just jokes. What did he? What made you bring him up, Bob?
Because I mean, I was watching some of his stuff the other night, man, and when he was talking, he kept like saying this one joke. Yeah, every time he was talking to a black person, he would say, "We love you, just don't move in the neighborhood."
No.
And I love the black people. We need you people. I swear, because no Jew's going to make up a train.
Be funny.
First black kid I ever saw that'll definitely never play basketball. Newhart made the claim that he was my closest friend. I have never met this man many, many years. They do what they're told.
But now I got television stays on after midnight.
Yeah.
How about
How about shut up?
I bring love and I bring peace. And I bring kindness and warmth. I love the black people. The black people of my life, my world, they do what they're told. We're honoring Mr. G. Why? I met this man many, many years ago in a 7-Eleven store, and he said, "Give me your money."
Say that honestly. All peoples are alike. We are all. You live in my neighborhood. I live in yours, right, Sam? Right. Are you crazy? Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, my ass, you're a Jap. I'll tell you this. 3 years in the jungle looking for your uncle. I'll tell you this.
Yo, that's what we need to get back to, man. We need more of that, man. We need to get back to that, man. Yeah, man. On that note, man, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Peace out, man. See you guys later, man.
All right, peace out.
Peace.
Y'all have a good night.